Welcome to Sunday Baseball on Fox Sports Midwest. We are the Wolves. Today the Cardinals take on the Mets. Go Cards!
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball, and thanks to the Wolves for bringing us inside to baseball. And downtown St. Louis, as the Cardinals look for a sweep, it's the New York Mets, St. Louis Cardinals on Fox Sports Midwest. Jonathan Nice in his career has been very good against the Cardinals until his last start. May 19th at Citi Field. Nice, 5 innings, 11 hits. He was shelled for 8 earned, and the Cardinals won that game 10-2. Jonathan Nice will go against left-hander Tim Cooney of the Cardinals here this afternoon. Redbirds trying to make it 3 wins in a row. Jim Hayes is here. That's the Mad Hungarian Albraboski. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Delighted to have you with us for Day Baseball here on Fox Sports Midwest. It's a Sunday lineup, if you will, for Mike Matheny. So some of those in that lineup have had pretty good success against the Mets lefty. Yeah, he's usually tough on left-handers, but a couple of the Cardinal left-handers have hit him very well. But we do have a couple right-handed bats that have done well against him, Peralta and Reynolds. Hopefully that will continue. And you know that Grichuk, coming off a historic game last night, you know he'll be ready for the lefty. Randal Grichuk will bat second in this lineup. 6 RBIs in game number 2. Big crowd Sunday afternoon. Mets, Cardinals, coming up on Fox Sports Midwest. to go with our first pitch. Christian Day at the ballpark. We'll have the chance to visit with Kurt Warner throughout our telecast today. And Tim Cooney looking for his first major league win. Baseball coming up. Is brought to you by Budweiser. Make a plan to make it home. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealers for great prices on our all-new 2015 vehicles today. Beautiful day for baseball. Had a little rain this afternoon. That was earlier at around 12:15 or so, but that has stayed away now, and we've got baseball. And Tim Cooney making the start, still looking for that elusive first major league win. Full house for Christian Day at the ballpark. It'll fill up. Kurt Warner is the featured speaker. We'll visit with him coming up in our telecast. And along with Al Brabowski and Jim Hayes, I'm Dan McLaughlin and our entire Fox Sports Midwest crew. It has been a lineup. We've talked a lot about it the last couple of days that has been struggling. Juan Lagares, who batted ninth in game one, will bat leadoff here, followed by Daniel Murphy, then Michael Kindyre, Lucas Duda, Wilmer Flores, John Mayberry Jr., Kevin Plawecki, Ruben Tejada, the shortstop, and Jonathan Neese will bat ninth, the pitcher, hitting 194. Tim Cooney has made 4 starts, most recently against Pittsburgh last Sunday. No record, but an ERA of 4.34.
That seems like after every start, he's gotten a little bit better. His first one major league start against Philadelphia was not good at all. Went down, worked hard on things, and when he's come back, he's gotten a little better each start.
Both benches are loaded with good players. So on the bench for Terry Collins, you've got the switch hitter Muno, and then Granderson, Nieuwenhuis, Monell from the left side, and Eric Campbell from the right side. What does he feature? Let's take a look at the Hyundai pitch arsenal for Tim Cooney.
Oh, he's got the fastballs, he's got the slider and the curveball. The one thing to know is the changeup. What they like about him is we've seen him now start to throw all 3 of his pitches for strikes, and he really does not throw hard. He's not going to be much more than 90 miles an hour, so it's important for him to spot his fastball, but to get the curveball and to get his changeup over, that is what's key.
12 pitchers who have recorded their first win, their careers in the big leagues, while pitching for the Cardinals in a game against the Mets. The first to do that, the great Steve Carlton, back in 1966. And Tim Cooney would like to add his name to that list. Lagares is hitting .254 with 3 home runs, and he's driven in 25. 1 ball, 1 strike. Al mentioned the first start for Tim Cooney. That was a day game on a Thursday afternoon here at Busch Stadium against the Phillies. Did not last long, and I talked to him about that start the other day. He grew up just outside of Philly. It was against the Phillies, and he said many of the players that I was facing, I grew up watching and idolizing. It was a whirlwind for him, and now he's a lot more settled in, and it's become baseball again for him. 2-2.
That's understandable why he'd be a little bit nervous there and have his problems. I don't care who you're facing, you're going to be jitters, and you're going to waste so much energy worrying about the start before you even throw a pitch.
The 2-2 popped up into right field. That's Randall Grichuk today. High Sox Sunday. 1 away, and it brings in Daniel Murphy. Tommy Pham gets the start in left field. Peter Borges in center. Randall Grichuk is in right. Pete Cosma is at third. Peralta at short. Wong at second. Reynolds at first base. Molina is behind the plate. Jason Hayward now with 7 consecutive plate appearances with base hits. And he had 2 IVs in him after the game last night. Dehydration. It was just a cramp. You may recall he was grabbing that leg as he reached first base after his 5th hit. And so it does not start today.
I think it makes a little sense. You also referred to the fact he really wasn't feeling well for a couple days. So get it out of your system. And it's important to give some of the other guys at bat, so when they are coming off the bench from Mike Matheny, they can do their job.
It's been a bit surprising that Tim Cooney has faced 12 left-handed batters so far. 7 of them have reached. 5 hits, a walk, 1 hit by pitch. That's yanked foul off the bat of Daniel Murphy. So he's had his issues against lefties today. And in the lineup, you've got Murphy and Duda hitting from the left side for New York. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Daniel Murphy again at third base. David Wright has been out for many months now of this season, dealing with a back issue. He's in Los Angeles to see a specialist. He's been there for the better part of 2 months. The 2-2 pitch. Spoiled.
Murphy at 272 is the highest average of the regulars for the Mets. They have a pretty anemic batting average as a team at 234.
234 team mark is worst batting average in all the National League. They're averaging 3.5 runs a game. That is second from the bottom. On base percentage, third from the bottom. And a 3-2 pitch. Got him. Strikeout for Tim Cooney. 2 down here in the first. Missouri Lottery Fox Tracks. Let's take a look.
Set up inside, right at the bottom of the strike zone, right down and in. Not exactly where you always want to throw a left-handed hitter, but paints the corner and he gets the strikeout.
One of the bright spots in that blowout win for the Cardinals last night was Michael Kadire, who always hits John Lackey well. And a home run. He also picked up a 7th inning single. Didn't drive in a run, but it did end his streak of 25 consecutive hitless at bats with runners on base. It was the longest streak with men on base by a Mets batter in one season since 2005, and that was Cliff Floyd. He owns the team record, not the record you want, but he had 32. In the air out to left, late break by Pham, but plenty of time to get under it, and a 1-2-3 inning for Tim Cooney. Cardinals coming up in the home half of the first. Sunday baseball, and there's no score. Lefty in the lineup of the 8 regulars. Randall Grichuk, then Johnny Peralta. Mark Reynolds will bat cleanup. Yadier Molina, Tommy Pham, Peter Bourjos, Pete Kozma at third base today, and Tim Cooney, the other left-handed bat, the pitcher. They'll face Jonathan Nice. We showed you in the open. Cardinals roughed him up last time they saw him at Citi Field, and his record stands at 5-8.
And you know, they said 7 straight quality starts for Jonathan Nice. Kind of started. He was struggling a little bit when they brought up Matz.
And a ground ball hit to the right side, taken by Wilmer Flores for out number 1. Let's take a look at the Hyundai pitch arsenal for the Mets left-hander.
He's got, you know, he's going to throw his fastballs. He's a little bit of everything. He doesn't throw particularly hard, but he'll try and change speeds, and you know, he likes that cutter an awful lot. But Jonathan Nice, he said, was not pitching well when they brought up Matz, another left-hander. You know, all of a sudden he started getting the word that maybe he's on the way out. A lot of rumors about him being involved in a trade, but he's only 28 years of age. But everybody's, when they talk about wanting one of these guys, they talk about the young kids, Matz or Syndergaard. Probably
1 ball, 1 strike.
No, they can't get a Harvey or somebody like that. So,
what a series it's been for Grichuk. 6 RBIs last night. And Randall has tore up the Mets this year with 10 RBIs. 10 of his 32 have been against the Mets. Breaks his bat. That's pulled foul.
It's 2 for 3 against Nice, a double and a triple. I mean, it's hard to believe, but prior to that last start in May up in Shea Stadium or Citi Field, Nice had pretty good time with the Cardinals. They had about a 2.20, 2.30 ERA, and there's a lot of Cardinals that have big lofty numbers against them. They jumped in there in May.
2-2 the count on Randall Grichuk. 1 out, nobody on, and that swung on and missed for the first strikeout for Jonathan Nice. The Mets defensively as we go around the horn, presented by Dobbs. Kadire in left. Lagares, a Gold Glover last year, first since David Wright for the Mets. He's at center field. John Mayberry Jr. is in right field. Daniel Murphy at third. Ruben Tejada at short. Wilmer Flores at second base. Lucas Duda, your first baseman. Kevin Plawecki is behind the plate. And here's Johnny Peralta, who's hitting .300. Picked up home run number 14 on Friday night. Leads the club in home runs and RBIs. Now up to 48.
12th game-winning RBI last night. He's just done a tremendous job. That's tied for first in Major League Baseball with game-winning RBIs. Nelson Cruz, Seattle.
2-1 the count. Very deep. The Mets outfield shade him a bit opposite way, and a ground ball that's hit to short. Ruben Tejada. Cardinals go in order. Cooney back to work when we come back. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest. It'll be Lucas Duda, Wilmer Flores, and John Mayberry Jr. coming up against Tim Cooney. We take a look at our Toyota keys to the game.
Beware the sun. For some reason, the Mets play very well in day games. They're 22-8 at night, 25-36. They get almost 2 runs more in day games than at night, and they pitch much better too. ERA under 3. And then Cooney, this is really odd. You know, you always talk about tough part of the order is the front end and the middle, but you really have to dominate. If you're going to be successful, you have to dominate at the back end of a lineup. And Cooney, 1 through 5 in the lineup, only hit 187 off him. And that's with 3 RBIs and 3 extra base hits. 6 through 9, 423 with 6 RBIs and 5 extra base, and 3 of those 6 RBIs are from pitchers.
2-0 pitch to Duda. Check swing did not go. Shift is on. It's 3-0. This has been a major area of improvement for Lucas Duda, facing left-handed pitching. Came in this season as a career .212 hitter against lefties, and he has been much better than that a year ago. Just 4 of his 57 extra base hits were against left-handed pitchers last year. He, along with Wilmer Flores, the second baseman on deck, lead the Mets in RBIs with 38. Lined and caught. There's Cosma, your third baseman today.
Think about that. Their team leader is 38 RBIs. Cardinals have 7 guys that have 30 or more RBIs, and they're not named Adams or Holiday.
Brings in Wilmer Flores. 246, 10 homers, and he's driven in 38. Outfield is straight away, and that's hit out to left. Pham is on the move, won't get there. 2 hops and off the wall. And Flores trotting into second base. 1-out double, and the first hit for the Metropolitans this afternoon.
Yachty set away, and look at the ball coming down and in. He just drops a bat head and rifles it out to left field.
Trying to add punch off their bench, they signed John Mayberry Jr. Pitches .213 last year with Philly, then was traded to Toronto at the end of the year. And the reason that you'll see him start against left-handed pitching, he destroyed it a season ago. He destroys that ball but pulls it foul.
Yeah, that was the main thing. Get him here to combat left-handed pitching. I will say with a 186 average, he hasn't done too much with it, but he really struggled. Only 2 for 26 as a pinch hitter.
Runner at second is Flores, and an 0-1 pitch to John Mayberry Jr. on its way. Had him out front. And that was the pitch that Rosenthal got him with to end the ball game on Friday night. It was the changeup, as Trevor threw 33 pitches that night, off limits last night. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a safe situation. You would not see him today.
Well, you can rectify that by what the offense did last night. A welcome sight, 12 runs, season high, and that take care of a lot of issues if you need more rest for your closer.
Here's an 0-2 pitch. So Trevor with 33 on Friday night. Most pitches this year by any closer to get a save for a single inning. 33, did not pitch yesterday, was on fumes in Pittsburgh, so you would think a couple of extra days would be beneficial heading into Chicago.
And I think in the Saturday and Sunday, Rosenthal threw 56 pitches, 55, 56 pitches, and so reported Monday a little soreness in his arm, pitching arm. So, like I said, just give him, hopefully, give him a little more rest.
Off day tomorrow. Cardinals will be in Chicago for 2 against the White Sox beginning Tuesday night. Carlos Martinez and Carlos Rodon will go in that game. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Hit off the end of the bat into shallow center. There's Borges. And there's out number 2.
I understand Chris Sale is pitching today, and I'm not sorry the Cardinals are going to miss him.
There's some outstanding pitchers going today. Felix Hernandez, Chris Sale, Greinke against Scherzer, Madison Bumgarner. So some of the aces in Major League Baseball are going today. And here's Plawecki, who's now basically the everyday catcher for the Mets. Mets thought he was dealing with vertigo. He was having extreme dizziness. They couldn't figure out why. They thought at one point it was because of the altitude in Denver. That wasn't the case, and then he went and saw a doctor about his sinuses, and that was the issue. He had a sinus issue that's been cleared up. There's a good breaking ball, and it's 0-2. And since that time, it was about a month ago, he's been hitting close to 300.
Last 11 road games, he's .433. 2 for 4 on this series.
To the count. Plawecki is a 24-year-old that played collegiately at Purdue, not drafted out of high school, then became the 35th overall pick back in 2012, and he's been on the fast track here to the big leagues.
D'Arnaud just can't stay healthy, can he?
Travis d'Arnaud with a fracture in his right hand. That happened against the Marlins, so maybe a little sooner than they wanted, but Plawecki is here. Ground ball that's hit to short. There's Peralta. Mets strand a runner. Cardinals GM John Mozeliak will be with Jim Hayes when we come back. Jim Hayes.
All right, I am with John Mozeliak. And, John, there's some good news on the injury front. Jaime apparently set to go out into rehab. Jordan Walden as well. How about an update on some other guys like John Jay and Matt Pelayo?
Well, both those guys are a little slower than we had really hoped. I think Johnny will start getting a little bit more aggressive with his swings as we start to turn the calendar to August. So as far as estimating when he'll be back, it's a little early for me to tell you that. And in terms of Belial, I think the progress he's making has been positive, but he's still going to need a little more time.
How about Marco Gonzalez? How close is he to being an asset that you guys can utilize?
Well, I think he's on the right path. Now he's going to be going every 5th day, and he'll do one more start at Springfield, and then we'll likely get him back to Memphis. But, the key for us is that he's showing he's healthy.
Base hit for Mark Reynolds. So as you analyze things the way it's situated today for your ball club, how do you figure out whether or not you guys want to be active before the trade deadline?
Well, the way I'd characterize it is it's not whether we're going to be active or not. I mean, we certainly think there's some things we could do to improve this club. And the most important thing for us is just to remain opportunistic and understand what that trade landscape looks like. In other words, people have talked about us needing a starter. People have talked about us needing relief help. People have talked about us needing some offensive help, all of which could be arguably true. But when you look at our club and directionally where we're going to get healthy. And when we get healthy, that's going to be like getting a few trades. So we just want to decide what we look like on the 31st, and most importantly, what we want to look like for the next 2 months.
Is Matt Adams and his health part of the equation in terms of what you look at?
It is and it isn't. I'm not ruling him out for this year, but I still don't know when that time might look like he could actually contribute. So it's hard for us to really count on it now. And so when you look at making a trade for some offense that might play first base, I don't want to end up having to block Matt for next year. And so that comes into play. And there's obviously the young man down in Memphis by the name of Stephen Piscotty that, at some point maybe we'll give him an opportunity to get some at-bats up here and just see what he can do.
How far along is he in his development in your eyes?
Well, I think from an offensive standpoint, he's ready to contribute. I think if you're looking at him to be your everyday first baseman, that's a lot to ask after a few games over there for Memphis. But having said that, you look at our schedule, you look at opportunities where we could maybe give him some time, not only at first but in the outfield. I think there's some opportunities there.
With the All-Star break, you guys took the opportunity to get Waka and Carlos Martinez a break. Are you, the way you guys look at it, are they right where you need them to be in terms of innings, or is it something you're really going to have to keep a close eye on the rest of the way?
I do think it's something that we have to focus on and concentrate on in the sense of, yes, they've pitched outstanding. They were both all-stars. They ate up a lot of innings for us at a critical time. We have roughly, 70 games left, so they're going to get a lot of innings there if we're not careful. But, obviously having somebody like a Cooney, Gonzalez, Lyons down below that can help cover for that is a big asset to have.
A lot of information there. Thanks, Mo. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jimmy, and welcome back.
A couple games vacation. Dan, we send it back to you.
Nobody deserved it more than you, Jim.
Right.
Tommy Pham is hitting 189 with a home run and 3 RBIs. Double play off the bat of Yadier Molina. Next inning, we'll visit with Kurt Warner. He'll join us in the booth. 2 outs and an 0-2 pitch. A lot of info covered there, which should be a robust market for many teams out there. Think if the Reds become full-time sellers. Jay Bruce, Cueto, Chapman, some of the names that they have.
You can see a lot of ball clubs, but then the other side, you got to play games the rest of this year, and you got to start figuring out what you're going to do for the following year.
But it certainly has an impact on this race. With teams that would decide to give up on some of that great talent that they do have. Tommy Pham draws a 2-out walk, and it brings in Peter Borges.
Justin Upton, potential free agent.
Craig Kimbrell.
Yeah, I mean that's an intriguing one right there, Kimbrell.
Phillies are looking at Jonathan Papelbon, who's got certainly value as a closer, and Cole Hamels. It's been talked about since the first day of spring training.
Howard, Utley, the older guys.
Borges hitting .237 with 2 home runs, 11 RBIs. Becomes such an interesting time of the year when you follow this game day in and day out. And it's always in a state of flux for every team. You know, something could happen today where the Cardinals say, well, our needs have shifted.
Absolutely. I mean, and like John Mozeliak said, there's different ways to look at it.
Chop to third, and they'll get the lead man. That's Tommy Pham, and that sends us to the third. MVP, NFC champion, twice here in St. Louis. NFL MVP a couple of times, 4-time Pro Bowler, and he'll be speaking at Christian Day here at the ballpark. Always great to see you, sir.
It's always good to be here. Always great to come back to St. Louis.
Does that resume ever resonate with you when I just rattle off those things?
You know, I mean, I think part of it you're kind of numb to because you've heard it so much. But, you know, there are moments when I guess you kind of look back and you're like, wow, that's pretty good.
It's pretty
good. That's pretty good. And, you know, I think a lot of times with my boys, you know, because they didn't get to see my whole career. And so they're not really sure how good I was at times. And so when they see stuff like that and they're kind of like, really, Dad, 2-time MVP? Come on, you know. So we have fun with it, but I just know how blessed I am and what a great career I was able to have, and now I've got the freedom to be able to watch them grow up and chase their dreams.
How many kids now?
Well, we've got 7 kids. We've got 5 still in the house. So got one that's 26, a daughter that just got married a couple months ago, and then we've got 5 from 16 down to 9 years old. So still keeping us pretty busy, that's for sure.
So. Yeah. And your foundation and your charitable efforts, and that's why you're here in town. Ruben Tejada is at the plate. 2 balls in 1 strike. I'm surprised we let you in the booth because you and I had a conversation, I guess it was about a month and a half ago, to promote this, and you said you grew up actually a Cubs fan.
A Cubs fan, I know. It's like sacrilegious around here that you can't be a Cubs fan. But, you know, I was from Iowa, and so Iowa didn't really have any pro sports teams. Obviously, you know, one of the AA, AAA teams were the Iowa Cubs, but you know they were just on TV all the time, and so I grew up a Cowboys fan because they were on TV every Sunday, so I got to know those players, and a Cubs fan because WGN, they were on TV every week. So don't hold that against me. It was just because of where I was raised. I of course became a St. Louis Cardinals fan when I got here to St. Louis and got to know a number of the guys and became friends with Mike Matheny, and so it's always great, and I continue to cheer for them even though I'm in Arizona now.
You don't have to do this. You know, you had a time at various stops in your career, whether it was before the NFL or after your career was done in the NFL, but yet you are still close and visible here in St. Louis. Your warm-up for the kids and the coach that you were able to donate. I see you in town all the time. Right. Why is St. Louis so important for Kurt Warner?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, because I think when you get close to a community and people and they support you, you don't ever leave that. You don't ever let that go. And the great thing about the community here is they supported us when we were here, but they support us just as much when we're not here. And those are the kind of people you want to be connected with. And so my wife and I always said, if the doors stay open to continue to be a presence in this community and continue to have impact, we're going to do that. And up to this point, those doors haven't closed. And again, a huge credit to this community and what they're all about, because the programs we run here are to connect to this community, and the people here have a heart for the people around them. And so it makes it easy. We just lend our name to it, but it's really about the people of St. Louis and this community that make the biggest difference, and we're just proud to be a part of it.
Your story is truly one of the greats that sports, and not just football, has ever seen. From stocking shelves to the resume we just gave, his niece gets the bunt down, and Cosma makes the play. As you reflect on that, what is the most amazing aspect of your story when you reflect on it now, from stocking shelves to the indoor league to Europe to now? What's the most amazing aspect of it?
The funny thing is when you live through it, you don't think it's all that amazing. I mean, it's just kind of what you did. You know, I had to take one step to the next step to the next step. So I don't really know. If I had to put something on it, I would probably say the ability to have, the path that I took to get here and then to get to St. Louis and have success, but then to, lose my starting spot here, to go to New York for a year, but then to go back to Arizona and be able to recapture that same sort of, success in Arizona that I had here in St. Louis, and kind of have bookends of my career like I did. I think, to me, that's probably the thing I'm most proud of is, of course, the first time around, nobody expected it, but for sure nobody expected it the second time around. So to be able to do that again, to me, is the thing that I walk away with my career saying that is the thing I'm most proud of.
Did you think about coming back?
It's hard. Do you think about it? I did think about it. Last year we were actually here. In St. Louis when I think it was the backup quarterback in Arizona got hurt here. So Carson had already gone down.
It was a Thursday night game here.
Yeah, they lost Stanton in the game here. And so I'm like, man, I felt so bad because they had such a good team and were competitive, and they couldn't keep their quarterback healthy. And so, ironically enough, I went back to the hotel that night after the game. I called my wife and I'm like, what do you think? Because I kind of thought she would be the voice of reason and be like, you're an idiot. You've been out 5 years. You can't play. And she goes, I think it'd be a great story. Go for it. I'm like, oh, you're crazy. So I actually considered it. I went home and started throwing a football. But I say that the biggest blessing was that the Cardinals never called. They never called me, so we didn't have to figure out whether I even had any chance to come back. But I did consider it just because I was so close to that organization. Felt like they had overcome so much and couldn't keep that position healthy, that if they'd have called me and felt like I was maybe the best guy to help them make a run, I would have considered it. Not that I would have come back. I don't know if I could have played or not. 5 years out, I'm not arrogant enough to think that I could have stepped back on a field and done it. But I did consider it. So we'll think about, consider, yes.
Wow.
I know. Exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, why am I really considering this?
Did you want Brenda to say, you're crazy and hang up? And
I did.
Then it's over, right?
I wanted her to say, you're nuts. You can't do it, and we don't want, that was probably the biggest thing. I wanted them to say, we don't want you to go back.
Right.
And so then it would have been easy to go, okay, good.
Oh, man.
But she did. She's like, I think it'd be a great story. And I'm like, it'd be a great story if I did well. What if I was terrible? So, we did entertain it a little bit. But like I said, I'm glad the Cardinals didn't call. I'm not arrogant to think I could have done any better than the guys that they had. I just really felt bad for the organization at that time.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The great Kurt Warner is with us. Daniel Murphy was called out on strikes his first time up. And there's a runner at second base. That's Ruben Tejada following his inning opening walk. And a fly ball that's lifted out to center. Going back, Peter Borges. Plenty of room. Kurt Warner, please stay with us, will you, for a half inning?
You bet.
Kurt Warner's going to stick with us. Always fun to visit with the legend. Tim Cooney looking sharp early on. Strong fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Great Kurt Warner, future Hall of Famer, is with us, and he'll be a part of Christian Day, the featured speaker coming up. You have done this before. I remember visiting. We were on the radio side a number of years ago. That's been, what, 12, 13 years ago?
I don't even know. I mean, obviously when I was playing here, so, I've been gone since 2004. So I've been gone 11 years. So, yeah, somewhere around that 12, 13 year range. But yeah, what a great opportunity.
Yeah.
What I always love about sports is that sports breaks down so many barriers, that you can get people from all backgrounds, all different faiths, all different ethnicities and races come together around sports. And so a day like this is exciting for me because I get a chance to just share the journey. I mean, when it comes to faith, it's all about a journey. None of us are perfect. None of us have made it yet. It's just a matter of turning your heart over to God, and that's what we get to talk about today. So it's fun to come back to St. Louis because I always love that. But to come back for an event like this and to have the Cardinals open up the stadium to say, hey, let's have an open forum to be able to share something that we think is much more important than sport. And, and I always get behind those kinds of things.
Cosma retired, brings in Cooney. You told me when we visited about a month and a half ago, you said when you first started speaking, you were frightened. And I've seen you speak multiple times. You're an incredible speaker, motivational, faith-based. How did you learn to do it?
Well, it really just came with the job,
interviews and those kind of things.
Exactly. Is that when I got to college and I actually was sitting on the bench in college, I kind of went into the communications field because I told myself, well, if I'm not playing, I want to be involved in sports some way, whether it be radio or television. Sure. And so I figured, well, the best way to do that is to get good at speaking. And no, I was terrified. In high school, when I'd have speech classes or have to give speeches, I remember days I'd fake like I was sick so I wouldn't have to go in to give a speech.
Can't do that today, by the way.
No, you can't do that today. But I think the other part of it, too, is that the farther you get along and like when you do things like today, when you're passionate about something, it's much easier to talk about than in school when they say, here, you got to talk about this.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that. But when you get passionate about something, it becomes easier and you're more open to doing it. And so that's what I love. I love sharing my story. I love going into businesses and being able to use my story and my path to encourage and inspire people. And then, of course, when it comes to faith, that I realize, my story doesn't happen all by itself. That the help of my faith and the strength that I gain through those difficult times and even being able to handle some of the successes that I dealt with was because of my faith and because I was grounded in who I wanted to be and why God had me here. And so those are things that I really enjoy, and I think enjoying those things has made it easier to get up and do it. And then the more you do it, obviously the better you get.
Fans are going to love it today as Cold skies one into right. Cooney will retreat back to first base. While we have you here for a moment, then we'll let you go and go enjoy the game. Everybody in town talking about the Rams, whether or not they stay in the city of St. Louis. Where do you stand with this?
Well, I mean, I want them to stay. Yeah. I mean, for me, my history with the Rams is all here in St. Louis. And, so many great times and moments for me. I think you could argue maybe the best offense in the history of the NFL was right here in St. Louis. So everything I know about Rams football is connected to St. Louis. And so I want them to stay here. I know what this fan base is like. I remember the community coming together around our team. So I want it to stay here. I also, being an employee of the NFL, I understand the allure of a place like L.A. because when we used to go to L.A. or in that area back when I was playing in St. Louis, we had a built-in fan base out there, Rams fans from before. So you understand the allure of if you're going to bring a team to L.A., the Rams make sense. But I just believe this community deserves a team. Too much history here. Too much has been accomplished that I would love to see the team stay here and stay here for the long term, and hopefully they can get that commitment.
Ground ball that stays fair and a forced play at second. It is awesome having you back in town.
Always good to talk to you.
You do so much for us, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's going to be fun today. By the way, the foundation, give us the website.
It's just kurtwarner.org. It'll tell you all about what we're doing here in the community and elsewhere.
Thanks, Kurt. Top of the fourth, and the Mets and Cardinals are scoreless. 6 is a serious number at On the Run. When the Cardinals score 6, any size drink, just 50 cents the next day. Coffee fountain, frozen drinks. When they score, you pour at your nearest On the Run. You earned it. Al Raboski back with us, and we are scoreless here in the fourth inning. Boy, what a treat that was. Kurt Warner.
Yeah, a very, very special man, and as you said, just a great gifted athlete, but a better person.
He's a fan of the Cardinals, and the Cardinals right now 4.5 games in front of Pittsburgh. Chicago now 9 back. Cincinnati looks to be in a selling mode, and then Milwaukee. Grew up a Cubs fan, became a Cardinal fan when he was here in St. Louis. Kurt
I forgave him.
I forgive him too. There's nothing like going to the Dome those Sunday afternoons. Falk, Warner, Orlando Pace, the greatest show on turf.
I mean,
incredible.
They were just so fun to watch that, you know, I always had to have a TV so I could see the replays. You know, I mean, just incredible. Like you said, the offense was just so much fun to watch.
Have you seen a sports story any better than his?
Probably one's equal, but not any better.
I mean, just incredible. And then to be the kind of person that he is to go along with it.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it.
He's done an awful lot for so many here in town. And many, if not most, of our viewing audience wouldn't even know about it. A lot of things he did privately for sick kids and continues to do that. I found it extremely interesting that he thought about coming back.
Yeah, I listened to that part.
3-1 on Michael Kadire.
You know, Dan, that's one of the toughest things for athletes. Sometimes people criticize some athletes for hanging on too long. You know, and I use Carlton as an example. But Carlton, any given night, could have got maybe the best hitter in baseball out. But was he getting the average hitter out? And I'm talking about, you know, was late into his career where he bounced around to several different organizations. And what happened with him? Biggest thing with him is hitters stopped swinging at a slider that was about ready to hit you in the back foot.
Second walk issued by Cooney. A look at the strength of schedule and what remains. The toughest will be for Cincinnati, then Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, the Cardinals, and Chicago. We talked about it earlier too. The trade deadline really complicates when you look at those numbers what may be happening with the teams that add players or teams that lose players.
Sometimes a general manager has to explain to his ownership group that, not that I lied to you, but I thought we were going to be better than we were. Maybe it's because of injuries or guys didn't live up to their potential. But sometimes, you know, at the trading deadline, we have to reverse direction, and I would imagine that doesn't sit well with a lot of ownership groups at times too. Can't do it too often.
And then sometimes those owners say, "I hear you, and by the way, here's your pink slip."
Exactly.
By the way, we had a shot there of John Mozeliak, and also in the booth with him here today, just making a quick stop off, talk to him briefly, is Gary LaRocque, who oversees the minor leagues with John Vooch. And talking with John Mozeliak, they're really pleased what they've done with some of the 6-year minor league free agents. And at every step of the way, how they push their young players to get ready to get to this level.
Yeah, you know, we haven't seen Gary in spring training, but
and he's all over the place.
And I was thinking last night when we saw Sokolovic, you know, that they really, you know, Marcus Hatley, some of these guys that they've given chances, 6-year minor league free agents that have come up and contributed.
Dan Johnson.
Dan Johnson's another one.
Here's an 0-1. 0-2 on Duda.
Think about the amateur scouting. In my mind, it's the toughest in all the sports. You know, You don't have, like the college program is their minor league system for football and basketball. But in baseball, you're trying to project what a young man's going to be, 4 to 5 years, 6 years later.
Also in that shot was Matt Slater. He's the director of player personnel. Joined the Cardinals back in 2007. It's a good curveball there by Cooney. When you look at Cooney, what do you see so far? Not just today, but in general.
Well, the whole key is working ahead in the count and having command of those secondary pitches. His fastball is not one that's going to light up the radar screen, so he has to be pinpoint with it. He can't throw anything in the middle of the plate. But if he works ahead and he changes speeds enough, keeps the ball down, you can see that he's very serviceable.
Wilmer Flores at the plate. Picked up a double to left field, first time up. The short lead at first by Kadire. We've seen a pretty good pickoff move by Cooney too.
That helps too, every now and then, to be able to straighten up a guy, throw the ball in. Not that you're trying to hurt him, but to throw the change up, throw his curveball. You want a guy a little bit back on their heels, not diving across the plate.
Here's a 1-1. He's given up 9 extra base hits in his starts in the big leagues. All 9 have come with the bases empty. That's a factor too.
That's a big factor.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Got him. Tailing away and back-to-back strikeouts. So 2 in the inning, 3 this afternoon. Follow the Cardinals with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. In-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcast, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet.
Just think about it, Dan. Remember the one pitch he threw inside? That allowed a hitter to expand his zone, reaching out there instead of diving across the plate. Just throw enough inside just to keep people honest.
2 outs, and John Mayberry Jr. You played with his dad, correct?
I played against his dad.
Okay.
I was in
big
spring
man
training
too, right?
Oh yeah, Big John Mayberry. His big home run hitter, big prospect from the Houston organization where he first started.
Curveball, and he hung it, pulled foul, 0-2.
And in the Houston organization, Harry the Hat, which was a great hitting instructor, but Harry Walker was a pop and glide. That's his pop and glide. But he'd make the Manny Motas, those type of hitters, not a big man that had great power. And once John Mayberry got away from the Houston organization and they let him just be a power hitter, is when his career took off. And one thing about a lot of people don't remember, but John Mayberry was a very good defensive first baseman. Most people would look at him and just think about the power. And of course, we're talking about 30 home runs, which was a couple of years ago was what 50 was.
1-2 the count. And the next to John Mayberry Jr. Instead of look at Kadire. The 3 runners that have attempted to steal against Cooney in the big leagues, all 3 have been caught. The Cardinals have talked about that move being a factor. And of course, you have the game's best behind the plate in Molina.
And that's it. If you have a decent move, or you are very alert, sensitive to that runner at first base, keeping him close, give the other a chance, he'll do the rest.
1-2 is fought off and a foul ball. Just saw Jason Hayward reaching for that baseball, and you think about the bench today for the Cardinals. Dan Johnson, then Matt Carpenter, Jason Hayward from the left side, Tony Cruz, Matt Holliday from the right side. So that's a loaded bench.
You know, just when you have these Sunday ball games and you put out your, a lot of teams call them scrabinis, your bench guys, and give them a start, they feel like they're on top of the world. But when you can pull out those Sunday wins and get some rest for your position players, your regulars, that's a great combination. Yeah.
We've mentioned that the Cardinals will not see Chris Sale the 2 games coming up with the White Sox, and they've got their 2 best going, arguably, and Walker and Martinez. White Sox came in here and swept 2 from St. Louis. The 2-2 pitch from Tim Cooney. Two popped up. Reynolds and Molina give it a look, and it's out of play.
One of the differences too here in the big leagues and in the minor leagues is when you're behind the count, 3-2 pitches, 3-1, you can have the ability to throw something off speed and throw it for a strike.
Three-two pitch with 2 down. Kadire off with a pitch. Popped up again. And it's another foul ball.
These change-ups in a row. But in the mind of Mayberry, does he throw a 4th changeup? Does he throw the curveball? Does he throw the fastball? He's established in his mind that he can throw secondary pitches for strikes.
Got him. After the walk, he strikes out the side. 4 total today for Tim Cooney. The strikeout of Duda, Flores, and now John Mayberry Jr. Is it great to have Jim Hayes back? Jim, what do you have for us?
I feel the love, Dan. Matt Carpenter not in the starting lineup. Mike Matheny saying he will pinch hit if needed. Mike says with the lefty on the hill, even though Carpenter's hit knees pretty well in his career, it's a good time to give Matt a break. Mike says Carpenter is still taking good at-bats, but isn't getting the results. Matheny says Carpenter wears it and really takes it to heart. He says you see Carpenter after a game in a towel and shower shoes working on his swing, or in the food room in a trance thinking about a particular at-bat. Mike said a bad night just rolls off the back of some guys. Carpenter is not one of those guys, Dan.
He grinds. Are the Cardinals, though, concerned that he grinds too much, Jim?
Well, it's something they're going to keep an eye on, not only physically, but I got the sense talking to Mike that this was a mental break for Matt Carpenter. When a guy takes it hard and cares as much as Carpenter does, in Matheny's words, that's something they're going to have to watch too. So they figured give him a break and just hopefully he gets on track soon.
And for fans that just tuned in, Jim, your interview with John Mozeliak, what stood out, and some news coming away from that as we see the 2-2 missing?
Well, I think the big news of the day is that the Cardinals are getting healthier. Jaime Garcia will go out on a rehab this week. Jordan Walden will go out on a rehab this week if his bullpen goes well tomorrow, and they feel like Marco Gonzalez is getting close as well, Dan.
All right, thank you, Jim. As Peralta flies out to right. Fox Sports Support's proud to team up with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Boys and Girls Clubs help young people to reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens through programs that promote character and leadership. For more information, visit Cardinals.com or FoxSportsSupports.com. Mark Reynolds a single into left. And a ground ball that's hit to third, taken there by Daniel Murphy in the long throw. And with that out, Jonathan Neese has now reached the 1,000 inning mark of his major league career. 12th Mets pitcher to reach that 1,000 inning plateau. 6th left-hander to do so.
I'm a little surprised that Seaver wasn't on that list.
And the last lefty to do it was Tom Glavine.
Yeah. And I think you're kind of surprised that Glavine was around that long.
Yeah.
At the end of his career.
2 balls and no strikes on Yadier Molina.
I know Seaver played for Cincy and the White Sox, but most of his career had to be in with the Mets.
It's only 6 left-handers, 6 righties as Neese, the 12th to do it. 1,000 innings as a Met. Studio. Pat Paris and Andy Bennis.
Dan,
Yes.
when you're over in the green room, it feels like you're in a meat locker.
Good.
It is so cold.
I thought you were going to tell me it's a little bit warm over
No.
there.
It can, after a while, get a little warm in the studio when the lights are all on.
Oh.
Yeah, it brings it down to
You
about.
want me to cry for you here or what?
Oh yeah, but I'm just telling you, I can't sit in that green room without a jacket on.
Yeah, but you're always cold.
I'm old.
September, you're wearing coats and shivering. In the beginning of the season, you're shivering. Ow.
You gonna tell everybody how you keep me warm?
No, I'm not.
Okay, good.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Plawecki. By the way, we're without our colleague today, Tony West. And Tony is a longtime cameraman, just an outstanding part of our staff. We'll see him running all over the field and throughout the streets to get some of the shots that we have. That's line to left. And the reason why is that Tony has a documentary that he shot and wrote called The Safe Side of the Fence. It's debuting today as we speak to view the history of St. Louis's nuclear legacy. And it was kicked off today. 4 years in the works. He worked on it late nights, the weekends, and has put it together, and it's debuting. And we congratulate Tony West on a wonderful endeavor, and such a great person, and very, very happy for him.
Very, very talented.
Say that again. And a strike to Ruben Tejada.
And you've never seen him with a bad day.
Ever.
I mean, just big, infectious smile. A good man.
Tejada walked his first time up, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. I think his movie is being shown, or documentary, at the Tivoli, which is not too far away from here, up Highway 40. And the 1-1 pitch. Left center, and that ball will get down. Ruben Tejada on base for the second time to go along with a walk, now a double. Want a great deal on Cardinals tickets? Fill up at Phillips 66, 8 gallons or more now until September 24th. You receive up to 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. For more information, visit cardinals.com/Phillips66. Now Jonathan Neese sacrificed his first time up. The Mets won the 1986 World Series, October 27th, 1986, the day that Jonathan Neese was born. And he was headed to the University of Cincinnati until a call from Gary Carter. The Mets asked Gary Carter to make a call to Neese to convince him to sign. And that put him over the top to forego his college years and sign with the Mets. Now 10th year in the organization with New York.
The kid. Carter when he was in high school.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Talked to some of those players that played in the great 80s Mets and Cardinals rivalry, and they said he never shut up behind the plate.
Oh, no.
They said he would drive hitters nuts. Fifth strikeout for Tim Cooney. They even got the British Open on over there.
Get a little bit of everything over there.
We get the Open on in here. Been following that at all? Now you want to be cold. You'll be really cold over there.
pond. You got to be uncomfortable to enjoy golf, don't you?
Freezing over there. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Juan Lagares is 0 for 2. He's flying to right and grounded out to third.
Said that Cooney's getting better at every start, and we're going to say right now this is the best start we've seen him make.
This is more indicative of the pitcher that we saw in spring training.
And we saw one game, I think it was 2 years ago against Atlanta, where he would struck out 4 or 5 out of the 6 batters he faced. Just looked outstanding, just tremendous breaking ball, and I said, who is this guy? You know, last year he led the PCL in wins at 14.
1-2 pitch. Got him. Another strikeout for Tim Cooney. That's 6 through 5 innings. Pitched out of trouble a couple of times today. Cardinals coming up with the home half of the 5th inning. There's no score. It's Randall Grichuk with this bomb to right. Didn't stop there, and then also picked up a home run into left. Leads us to DraftKings. Grichuk, Franco, Bohr, and Peterson, all big sluggers and young sluggers that have put up big numbers this year. Highest slugging percentage, the National League. Grichuk today, though, is struck out and grounded out. Tommy Pham here, then Peter Borges and Pete Cosmo. Last Cardinal to have that kind of night against the Mets was Albert Pujols in 2006 when he had 2 home runs and drove in 7, and that's a low strike against Pham. Strikeout number 2 for Jonathan Neese. Hyatt Regency St. Louis at the Arch offering an incredible Cardinals package this season that includes overnight accommodations, tickets to a weekend home game, and a personalized slugger bat. $25 gift credit to Brewhouse or Red Kitchen and Bar. 655-1234 or stlouisarch.hyatt.com to reserve your spot.
Not the Jonathan Neese the Cardinals saw earlier in the year.
Base hit, Peter Borges. Let's see if the Cardinals want to get something going with his speed. What's on tap? It's an off day tomorrow, and then Cardinals will be on the south side of Chicago. Carlos Martinez, the All-Star, trying to become an 11-game winner. It's our Budweiser What's on Tap. Cardinals and Sox It'll be Rick Horton and Al Roboski with you for those 2 games. And I'll see you, Al, on Thursday, I believe, with Kansas City.
And I think we're going to be at Ballpark Village across the street.
Is that right?
Yeah, remember the game we got rained out. We were supposed to be there, and I understand the Cardinals would like us to go back there.
Are you okay with it?
Absolutely. No, it's outside. Yeah.
I want to make sure you're happy.
With my weather conditions, right?
We'll get you, if we need to cool you off, you can cool off. If you need to heat up, we can take you back outside. We'll let you out of the cage for 3 hours. It'll be great.
We'll be in the Wrigley seats.
Yep.
Ballpark Village.
1 ball, 1 strike.
What do we call those? Rooftop?
AT&T rooftop. And after being at Wrigley last time through, now I understand why the rooftop owners are upset.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, some of those seats are completely blocked now with the scoreboards that they put up.
That's still in litigation, isn't it?
I believe so.
They try to get a court order or injunction to stop some of the construction that was denied.
Runner was going, and it swung on and tapped foul. Al mentioned this earlier, the BJC Healthcare difference maker. The Cardinals have 7 with 30 or more RBIs. BJC Healthcare difference maker. Just to make sure that some fans understand what we were talking about earlier with Mets pitchers that have 1,000 innings wearing their uniform. Yes, Tom Seaver had over 3,000 innings with the Mets.
Wow, I couldn't believe it how he wouldn't.
Right, but there was 6 and 6.
I got you.
6 and 6. And Nice now has joined that group.
He's only 28 years of age, and when Matz is back, remember they talk about a 6-man rotation. Part of that is to protect some of their young pitchers from innings pitch.
3-2. Yeah, now they're not calling it a 6-man rotation. They say we're going to have spot starts. But then those starts happen to fall on certain
every
days.
6 days.
Right. They took a lot of heat for that. Runner is going, and the pitch is lifted in the air out to right center. Lagares makes the catch. Borges back to the bag at first, and it brings in Tim Cooney.
Jim Cooney came into this action today having trouble with left-handed batters. They were 5 for 10 against him, but today Murphy's 0 for 2 due to 0 for 2, 2 of their better hitters, and he's been able to contain them.
Pitch taken low by Cooney, who singled back into third.
It looks like he has a pretty good idea what he's doing in the batter's box. Now 2 for 7 as a hitter. He's got one of the Cardinals' 3 hits today.
And a ground ball right side, base hit. Borges on his way to third. And Tim Cooney 2 for 2.
The Cardinal starting 8 has 2 hits, and Tim Cooney has 2 hits. To the right side, and then Borges with that good speed, able to get over to third. That's important. And Colton Wong has a great chance to get the Cardinals on the scoreboard first. All right, 2 outs.
And here's Colton Wong. He's grounded out to second, flied out to right. No score here in the bottom of the 5th.
Colton came in batting .270 against left-handed pitching, and started this game 2 for 5 with a double against Nice. So now 2 for 7.
Line drive left center field, but Lagares is there to make the catch. And the Cardinals strand 2. Tim Cooney doing a little bit of everything. Couple of hits, pitching well. Back to the mound when we come back. Edition mini Build-A-Bear Workshop Bear, wearing a Saturday alternate jersey. It's also photo day. Fans could go on the field before the game for up-close photos of players, coaches, and field access is on a first-come, first-serve basis. So arrive early. More information, cardinals.com/promotions. Cooney has pitched well so far here today. Pitched out of trouble a couple of times. Stranded a man at second base in the 2nd inning. Did so again in the 3rd. In the 4th, he walked his first man and then struck out the side and stranded a man at second back in the 5th. Derek Lilliquist, Cardinals pitching coach, and a look what the Cardinals have done at home, and in particular with their starters. An amazing run of 2.42, 1968, the best. The Kia in the driver's seat, 2.17 ERA.
Derek Lilliquist has done a phenomenal job with the starters. Blaze Hillsley with the relievers. They don't get enough credit for what they've done.
Pitch taken low by Daniel Murphy. We're in the 6th. No score. 1968, the year of the pitcher in Major League Baseball. That produced 339 shutouts. Think about that.
Yeah, 339 shutouts.
Gibson, a 1.12 ERA. Denny McLain, 131 for the Tigers. And you always hear about that, but what gets overlooked is that there was one hitter in the American League that hit over 300 that year. That was Yastrzemski.
Triple Crown that year? No. It was close in that area. But it was It was like a 301 average, too.
Hit 301. Pete Rose hit 335 in the National League.
And Harper and Goldschmidt have a chance to become the first National League Triple Crown winner since Ducky Medwick back in 1937. Still a long way to go.
Miguel Cabrera has done it in the American League most recently. He's on the DL for the first time in his career. One-two pitch, spoiled by Murphy.
And a lot of our younger viewers may not realize that back when I played, there was only, the DL was a 21-day disabled. There was no minor league rehabs. There was no bereavement, no paternity, no concussion.
Ground ball, backhanded by Wong. Nice play. The tag is there by Reynolds.
Job on both ends. Really like it too when that first baseman realizes there's time he has to vacate the bag. Colton has a great throwing arm, didn't really jump up or throw it, but it was low off line. But Reynolds does the right thing, vacates the bag, catches the ball, and then has a chance to tag the runner coming down the line.
Nice play there by Colton Wong. Here's Kadire, who's flied to left and also walked. Mentioned this on Friday. We have a second night of the Speaker Series with Ozzie Smith, Willie McGee. That's Tuesday, August 4th here at the ballpark. Those two will be together. Limited amount of tickets. Cardinals.com/theme. Those are always fun.
Now, will that be before the game?
You'll be in Cincinnati. I'll be here.
Oh, okay.
Here's a 1-1 pitch.
That explains why I was trying to figure out how you were going to do it.
I am off for that series, and you'll be with Ricky.
You do, you MC those events and do a great job keeping it going, but guys have a lot of fun with it, don't they?
They feed off the crowd. They really do. Here's another changeup, and Kadire strikes out. 7 today for Tim Cooney. I think the fans just get in awe that they're as close as they are to their favorites, whether it be Bob Gibson, we've had him in the past, or Brock and Red, Tony La Russa. This one on Tuesday, August 4th, will be with McGee and Ozzie Smith. To get those two together, that'll be fun.
Yeah, but I think, you think some of the fans will think about how rough and gruff, Gibson is, and then you find out that he's a little sweetheart,
He was great.
But
great storyteller, fun.
You told me Red had a ball doing it the other day.
Yeah, he was fired up. We had him a couple of months ago. And the guys feel open to tell stories too. It's not just the normal media setting too. They understand that fans are there to see them and to hear those stories. And have a dinner. We have the picture with the 82 trophy, and every fan walks away with an autograph from Ozzie and Willie. It's wonderful. The 3-0 pitch, and that's taken high. So Duda draws the third walk issued by Cooney. You would think with the off day tomorrow, the Cardinals have gotten just about as much as they would want out of Cooney. And it could be that quick leash,
yes.
The quick pull of him.
Well, and it's also, you'd love to see him get his first win, but you also don't want to see him get his first loss. So they got the bullpen going right now. Activity just started.
Wilmer Flores with 2 outs. No balls and a strike. Flores has doubled. That was to left and then struck out swinging back in the fourth.
I believe that Manus. Yes, it is.
Here's an 0-1 pitch. Hammered out to left field. Pham was playing deep. Duda will stop at second base. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. And John Mayberry Jr.
Eric Lilquist will come out and talk to him after this base hit. And see the ball a little elevated. You saw Yachty wanted the ball outside. His glove goes over the middle of the plate. And that'll give Manus all the time he needs to warm up if they want to do it. It is 2 outs. See how he feels.
So 2 outs and 2 on. We'll look at the pitch count by inning there for Cooney.
And just dig down deep. You got one hitter. I'll give you that. There's Wainwright. I think it's great that he'll be making some trips. Be in that dugout with the home games and everything. He has so much to offer younger pitchers, and just his presence there just kind of keeps everything a little bit relaxed.
Two outs and 2 on.
Derek could go over a little scouting report of what you want to do against Mayberry. He's 0 for 2, but one of the things saying, hey, if you want your first win, you got to get this guy out.
Left field and foul. The 2-1 pitch.
He wanted that one. It looked like Greg Gibson, our home plate umpire and crew chief, said it was away.
The 3-1 and a walk, and that may be it for Tim Cooney. It will be. He got the first 2, then the walk to Duda. Flores on a pitch that was up. Hit it out to left, and a walk by Mayberry Jr. So the bases will be loaded. And the Cardinals will go to Seth Maness with our Chevy call to the pen. In 2/3, they tried to squeeze one more out for him. They couldn't do it. Reynolds is 1 for 2. And that's a look at your Mazda game summary. Hyundai pitch arsenal for right-hander Seth Maness.
A lot of sinkers, and he likes that changeup, sliders too. But the changeup, is a very effective pitch for him. Cooney, 102 pitches. That's the season and career high. 63 of them were strikes. 14 of 24 first pitch strikes. And depending on what Seth does right here, it'll determine whether it's a good outing or not.
Bases loaded. Seth Maness. First pitch, strike 1.
Lucky is 0 for 2 off of Seth Maness.
The thing you love about Maness in this kind of spot is that he'll throw strikes. Bases loaded. He's going to at least find himself in a position to have the ball put in play more times than not.
Yeah, they may get a base hit off him and may get a ground ball out, but rarely are you going to see him walk. He's got the second best 13 to 26 strikeouts, 4 walks.
0-2 pitch.
I haven't said it, but it is reassuring to a pitcher with a man at third that you can bounce the ball up there and know that Yachty will block it.
Pittsburgh with a 1-0 lead over Milwaukee. That's in the bottom of the 6th. Chicago and Atlanta about to start. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Held on to by Molina. Strikeout for Seth Maness. Mets strand the bases loaded. They have struck out collectively 8 times in this game. None bigger than that one. Held on to by Yachty. The reaction for Tim Cooney. He's off the hook. And the heart of the order for the Cardinals coming up. We're scoreless here in St. Louis. Tweet your strongest fan photo to the hashtag MWDataStrongFan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast, and it's brought to you by T-Mobile. Wainwright's always in the middle of things. Grichuk. Hard hit to short, taken there by Tejada. One away. So Randall, after 6 RBIs last night, 0 for 3 today, and it brings in Johnny Peralta.
Having fun in the dugout, but need to get some runs.
What do you think he has there?
Chest hair.
If he does, that's painful.
Anybody lose it?
Peralta on the first pitch, and a fly ball into right. John Mayberry Jr. We've talked about it an awful lot, just the power that Reynolds possesses. Most career home runs without a 20-plus home run season. Some pretty good names there.
Yeah, good hitters, but Reynolds has hit at least 20 home runs 7 consecutive seasons. And there you see some of the good hitters that had decent home run totals but never had a 20. Ron Fairley, teammate here in St. Louis, but longtime Dodger.
Former broadcaster with Seattle.
Oh, he was with the Angels and for a long time in Seattle. That's where you met him. A good guy.
Played golf with Ron and Mike Shannon when we were up in Seattle a few years ago, and just sat back and listened.
Yeah,
His
Ron,
stories were great.
Talked about Gibson.
Oh, yeah.
Fairley hit Gibson pretty well. There was a great story.
Swinging away on 3-0, and a base hit for Reynolds. His second today, and he's 2 for 3.
Well, we talked about he was one of the guys that hit Nice well, and that's continued. But Fairley hit Bob Gibson very well. He's a good fastball hitter, and got a couple hits one day, and came up to the plate the third time and looked down at McCarver and said, "I'm not going to like this as bad, am I?" He got plunked in the ribs and just went down to first base, just the way it was. You don't hit somebody that you have success against. You know, if a guy has hit some few hits on you, you know, then you try that. You know, well, maybe I'll drill him, and we'll see how he reacts after that. Some guys, it inspires them. Some guys will, you know, puts a little fear in. But it's all part of that psychological game you play with pitcher and the hitter.
Molina 0 for 2. Record against left-handed pitching. We thought at the beginning of the season it could be of concern for the Cardinals. The very left-handed hitting lineup. They're 9-12. Molina flies out to Lagares, and we head to the 7th. Today, USAA honors all of our service members at home and abroad. July 23rd, presented by Prairie Farms. There's also 2 more kids run the bases opportunities this homestand. Sunday, July 26th, that's against the Braves. Sunday, August 2nd, against the Rockies. Kids run the bases.
Let's get the Cardinals back on offense and let them run the bases.
Cardinals with 5 hits, the Mets with 3. Manus picked up the final out in the top of the 6th with the bases loaded. Got Plawecki to strike out. Now he has Tejada, Nice, and Lagares. Fly ball, right field. Going back, Richick, and he makes the play.
Seth Manns came in, got both the men he's been in charge with. They got Schote in the bullpen along with Tui Valala. Josh Neath is 0 for 1 against Seth Maness in the past.
Sacrifice today, and he also struck out. Just wonder at some point in his career where we see Seth Maness as a starter. Good stuff, multiple pitches, terrific athlete, one of the best on the team.
You know, Dan, it's just one of those situations where I think he's too valuable where he is.
I happen to agree with you.
And I just don't think, 3-4 times through the order is his forte.
There's your ground ball, and it's taken by Reynolds.
Set up away, and he tries to pull it. That's going to be out more times than not.
Juan Lagares is hitless today. He's flied to right, grounded to third, and struck out. Chris Sale is getting beat up by Kansas City right now. The 2 best records in the game. Maybe the 2 best teams headed for the I-70 series. St. Louis and Kansas City. We'll see the 2 teams hook up on Thursday night again.
They have 13 representatives at the All-Star game.
Hit sharply and a bad hop. That came up on Peralta, and a base hit for Lagares. Talked about it last night. Peralta only 3 errors this year. May have hit the lip of the grass. And the question now, do the Cardinals have Maness pitch to Murphy, or are they saving Choate for Lucas Duda? And it's ruled a hit. And there's our answer, it looks like. Could be. And we'll go with Randy Choate here. A Chevy called to the pen. Randy Choate when we come back. Cardinals in that epic NLCS of '06. And since that time, regular season play here at Busch Stadium, they have not won a series, with the exception of the 2007 opening series of the season. They swept that. That was a night that Carpenter got hurt, you may recall, and went down with injury. And that's been it, though. The Cardinals have really dominated the series here at Busch Stadium.
We hope that continues. Randy Schote, his 46th appearance. Murphy is 1 for 7 against him. Schote, since 2009, has made the most relief pitch appearances by a left-hander. This is his 451st appearance.
And the first pitch is a strike. Murphy has been caught looking, fly to center, and also grounded out. Two outs, runner at first, and a 1-0 pitch. Now he has him 0-2. We'll see what he wants to do here. Span the zone, maybe surprise him with that fastball in on his hands, which he'll occasionally do.
Sometimes we showed a graphic one time on his, our Hyundai pitch arsenal. Kind of surprised me that it was 2/3 sinkers to the slider, a third of them. Here's the slider.
0-2. Doesn't chase.
First pitch was kind of a sinker that was up a little bit. Murphy looked like he wasn't content in swinging. Slider again. You wonder if that's the pitch he's looking for, and then chases it.
The strikeout of Murphy. Time to stretch here at Busch Stadium. Choke gets his man. Let's stretch. No score. Make-A-Wish Foundation. Great to have Keith O'Brien with us. His top assistant, Keith Oberman, Brian McCann, Mike Kelling, Tom Mead, and Tommy Pham. Grounds to short, backhanded, or rather taken on the short hop by Tejada. And with that hesitation, Pham is aboard. Really was in between hops, wasn't he?
Yeah, but kind of lucky, as Terry Collins going to look at the possible review, that he tagged him. But when you let the ball play you back up on a ball like that, most of the time you're in trouble. But then he throws off balance, and the question is was there a swipe tag? And apparently they're going to contest it. Most people want to be aggressive and go forward on the ball and get a true hop. From that angle, we can't tell anything. I'm feeling Lucas Duda knows whether he tagged him or not, doesn't he?
Right away, he was saying go back to the replay and challenge this. On one of the replays, I thought he was tagged, but then I couldn't tell if his foot was on the bag or not. And there, I think he's out.
That's pretty evident right there. They must have seen that one too in New York. They're going to make a decision.
So take the air away. Call is overturned. And it brings in Peter Borges. Cardinals have struck out twice. They've received 1 walk. St. Louis with just 5 hits. The Mets have had the most opportunities in this game. They've stranded 8. They have struck out 9 times through 7.
Well, the Cardinals have more hits, 5-4, but 2 of the hits by the Cardinals are by Tim Cooney, the pitcher.
Here's a 1-0.
Borges is starting to hit the ball a little better, more consistently. It's good to see.
He's been more aggressive earlier in counts. The 2-0 pitch here, and it's 2-1.
That's right on cue, but that's the thing that is alarming to me is how many fastballs he takes that are called strikes.
3-1. Borges lines it to short. Taken there by Tejada for the second out. When you roll out Syndergaard, Harvey, next year Wheeler, DeGrom, may not be a better staff in baseball.
Potentially. Yeah, I mean it. And I mean, guys that can really throw the ball and got good secondary pitches. And the other thing too, Dan, is as a staff, those young kids, they don't walk men.
Second best in that department.
Yeah.
Pete Kozma is 0 for 2. In the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2. Kozma with a fly ball into right field. Mayberry Jr. is there. Cardinals go quietly near the 7th, and we head to the 8th. The pitcher's duel. and what he does day in and day out. Oh, don't act like you're cold over there. That's it. I was going to say some nice things about him, too. Forget it.
I know he's not cold. You see, Tuivalala's be his 7th appearance. He's 0-1 on the year, 2.57 ERA. One thing, you know, Pat, when he's in the freezer, the green room, he never wears a coat.
Look at that. Yeah, Pat. He's Mr. Steady over there, isn't he?
Absolutely. Rules the roost. His studio.
Tuivalala. Going to nickname the Parish Studio. Sam finished off the game last night. Hard thrower, hits 98 on the gun.
You know, hitters, this is the 7th appearance this year, but they're batting only under 200. Excuse me, under 100. It's .091.
You could see him taking on a more prominent role as we go down the stretch.
Especially until you get Walden and Bilal
Absolutely.
back, a couple of the veteran guys, but he's going to get some very valuable experience. He ended up, you know, we rated Memphis and brought up 14 different guys. How many different times we've taken their closer? But recently he was closing down at Memphis. He was 3-0, was 12 for 12 in save opportunities, and had a 1.78 ERA.
Molina, by the way, just asked, where was that pitch to the home plate umpire?
Pacific Coast League All-Star.
2-2. Of course, you get the base hit after the 2-strike missed call. Jonathan Neese, by the way, if you take away his last start in New York, where the Cardinals got 8 earned against him in 5, his ERA, including today, would be 1.93. So that's how well he has pitched against the Cardinals. And the go-ahead run is on, and Michael Kadire.
Good effort by Reynolds. Well off the bat. Kadire, former National League batting champion, struggling this year, but not against the Cardinals. And whether it's Cardinal pitching in general or even at this ballpark, he just mashes.
Just wonder if Terry Collins is giving any thought to pinch running for Kadire. He has a sore knee. You have Curtis Granderson on the bench, and Neuenhuis can run a bit too.
Yeah, I would think that would make a lot of sense, especially late in the ball game. Defensively, you'd be strengthen your defense.
0-2 the count. Duda is lined out, struck out, and walked.
Remember, Tui Labala really is only. They converted him from a shortstop to a pitcher in 2012. So he's still really learning at this level. He'd hit triple digits when we saw him last year. You fell in love with his arm, but boy, there were some rockets hit off of him, home runs off of him. But then all of a sudden he started getting a little movement on a little cutter and starting to have the success that would follow with the big major league arm.
Cardinals will have the pitcher spot. Wong and Grichuk coming up. They've got a lot of big bats waiting and ready to go today, sitting on their bench. One and two the count. And he took something off it. It's a real difference when you think about Tuivalala.
Well, when you could throw 98 to triple digits, and then you pull the string, change speeds on him, and really tough to gear down.
This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Cardinals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cardinals. Wilmer Flores, 2 for 3 today. Mets have struck out 10 times. Pitch in the dirt, gets away from Molina, and not in time. Kadire at second base.
I just picked that ball instead of weight shift and got Pagliatti.
Even watching Kadire run from first to second did not look comfortable when he slid. He was limping a little bit around the bag. Again, you just think about pinch running for him in this spot.
Is it his left knee?
Left knee.
Yeah, it's just the way he was standing there. You could tell he was favoring that leg.
And the 1-0. Up the middle, taken there by Wong. Nifty play. That wasn't easy at all.
Boy, it said that ball was going to hit that second base bag, and Wong got it right in front of the bag. It was dead aim, going to pop up. You can see that ball going through for a base hit. So very nice play for Colton to get it right in front of the bag. Not hit hard, and that fools a pitcher. You know, you think
like
it's hit harder.
It?
Yeah, and it's like you said, a changeup. Oh, he did get it right over on top of the bag.
Curtis Granderson will pinch hit here. The Cardinals will walk him to get to the catcher, Plawecki. Wong right behind Tuivailala just in case. So the Cardinals rather take their chances with the young catcher. Intentional walk to Granderson. Mets have been given 5 walks today. They have stranded 8. Tuivailala trying to make it 10. Runners at first and third. Plawecki is grounded out to short, fly to left, struck out with the bases loaded. A check swing. Was one of the big strikeouts in this game against Seth Maness back in the 6th inning to end the top of the 6th with the bases loaded. One-0 pitch. Runner goes. Molina, no throw. Granderson was inviting the throw, trying to get in that rundown and maybe steal a run. One and one the count. The crowd will come alive again. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Speed pitches. Tuivailala's velocity isn't quite there today.
Strike zone tight for Sam this inning.
Awfully close.
But a ball.
Yep. Terry Collins had a talk with him. Remember, he got ejected on a low pitch Friday night. Told me that umpires.
Ground ball that's hit to third. Mets have stranded 10. Infinity. Visit your local area Infinity retailer for a test drive today. Starter for the Mets, Jonathan Neese, still in there. 5 hits aside. Mets have stranded 10. The Cardinals will have Matt Carpenter lead it off. They'll be pinch hitting for Tui Valala. And then Wong and Grichuk. Matt is 0 for his last 16, but good numbers here against Jonathan Neese. 4 for 7. 0 for his last 16.
Carpenter said 4 for 7, 2 doubles, 571. Haywood 321, 2 for 9. 2 home runs against Neese. There's some firepower in the Cardinal bench.
It would appear that Kevin Segrist would have the 9th inning as he begins to warm up in the Cardinals bullpen. Here's a 1-1.
Be a real plus if you can win this ball game and another day off for Rosenthal, and then he'll be ready for Chicago.
Two and 2.
He's still making good pitches. Pitch count just at 93.
Out in front. Duda is there, and Carpenter is the first out. Cardinals have not had many opportunities in this game today. One did come back in the 5th with Colton Long up, runners at first and third. He lined to center field in a hard hit ball, and Lagares was positioned perfectly for it.
All 5 hits from the Cardinals today are singles.
The 1-1.
In a game like this, everyone starts thinking they want to hit home runs, and that usually works in the favor of a pitcher.
Two down. Just the 3rd strikeout for Nice. Go along with 1 walk and those 5 singles. Here's Randall Grichuk.
6 RBIs in the second multi-home run game last night. 10 RBIs in the season against the Mets.
Left field, pulled foul. Grichuk hit by the pitch. He was hit last night.
There's no way Nice is trying to hit a guy when they're nothing ball game here in the bottom of the 8th inning. But Cardinals have been hit quite a few times lately. They were hit 7 times in the series in Pittsburgh. Looks like a double switch. Looks like Eric Campbell going out to left field, so Kadire will come in. And we'll see who's coming from the bullpen, and we'll tell you about that and a nothing ball game when we come back. So Chevy called their bullpen. Proudly serving the needs of the military community for over 90 years. USAA. Bobby Parnell, boy, he's had a tough couple years trying to come back from injuries. He was going to be the closer A few years ago, he was a 100-mile-an-hour pitcher. He's had neck surgery, arm issues.
2 outs and a runner at first, and a check on Randall Grichuk.
Parnell has allowed just 1 run in 10 innings since returning 11 games, stranded 6 of 8 inherited runners. Righties are hitting .238 against him, lefties .200.
First pitch to Peralta. Still trying to build up that velocity is Parnell. Bottom of the 8th, Milwaukee leading Pittsburgh by the score of 2-1. We're scoreless here. And a 1-0 pitch to Johnny Peralta.
Peralta with those 12 game-winning RBIs late in the ball game. He really is one of the tougher hitters in the league.
The 1-1.
Parnell last year, season ended April 8th when he underwent Tommy John surgery. 2013, he had herniated disc surgery in his neck.
Grichuk is running, doesn't matter. Peralta strikes out. That will send us to the 9th. We are scoreless. Good baseball. He's got 4 saves to go along with that good ERA. He's had some trouble with left-handed batters, but no trouble with righties. So after
Tejada, and then Campbell, part of the double switch, and up to Lagares.
Ruben Tejada. Jonathan Neese, outstanding today. Cooney pitched well. Cardinals have used Cooney, Manus, Choate, Tuivailala. And now Kevin Segrist. We'll see Campbell and the top of the lineup. So Tejada, Campbell, top of the lineup. And a fly ball lifted into right. One down. Just looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth, the Cardinals have Reynolds, Yadier Molina, and Tommy Pham. Segrist gets the first out, and we're underway here in this ninth inning. Eric Campbell, he's played all over the diamond for the Mets. Strike one.
Wouldn't hurt if Segrist could have a real efficient inning, have the option to maybe have him go 2 with an off day tomorrow. Hopefully you win it at the bottom of the ninth.
By seeing Segrist here in this spot makes you think that Rosenthal is unavailable. You use your two lefties, and you'd have Sokolovich and Villanueva left in the pen.
I think that's the intent, that you try and buy another day for Rosenthal. And obviously, the pitching has been doing an outstanding job.
The 2-1. 3-1. Pitch, and it's a 1-out walk. So Campbell is aboard. Mets have been given 6 walks in this game. Here's Juan Lagares with 1 out. He has singled, fly to right, grounded to third, and struck out. And that's ball 1. Next team that Zach Greinke will face, by the way, will be these Mets. And he'll be riding 43 2/3 scoreless innings. That streak. It's a Mets team that doesn't hit. You got to face Zach Greinke. And the 1-0 pitch, instead a check on the runner.
Greinke has a chance, isn't it, this year? He can opt out of his contract. Greinke can opt out of his contract this year, at the end of this year.
Making a nice push.
Wow.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. And that's bunted foul.
The article Bob Nightingale had him about him, that Greinke, that how spare time he likes to scout amateur players.
Was that right?
Really? He said he's pretty good at it too.
Great hitter, very good athlete.
It's a little different.
A little different. The 1-1 pitch. Here's a 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes. The fly ball into shallow left center field. Peter Borges under it for out number 2. Murphy is 0 for 4. Strikeout back in the 7th. Mets have struck out 10 times today, and they have left 10 on. Murphy called out on strikes. Fly to center. Rounded out to second. Struck out against Randy Choate back in the 7th inning. 2 outs. Runner at first.
Got 2 outs. Reynolds holding on with a left-handed bat. A lot of hitting room on the right side for Murphy. He's 1 for 1 against Segras.
Greinke in that game, by the way, was matched up with Max Scherzer. 5-0 the final for the Dodgers. Milwaukee is added to their lead. 3-1 in the bottom of the 8th. Milwaukee would hold on and the Cardinals would win. St. Louis would have a 5.5 game lead. Long way to go. There's the 0-1 pitch. Now make it 0-2.
Look at the other side, and the Mets are hoping to win this ball game and move back 2 games behind Washington.
They picked him off and a throw to second. Got him. A chance to win it for St. Louis when we come back in the bottom of the 9th. Reynolds, Molina, Pham due up. The tag by Peralta to get Campbell. Bottom of the 9th coming up. No score here in St. Louis. make a plan to make it home. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Reynolds a 2-hit day. He'll get Bobby Parnell. Finished up the bottom of the 8th. And the outfield of the Mets playing as deep as you possibly can.
Reynolds is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts when facing Parnell. But he make a mistake here, he could lose it.
Sokolovich throwing in the pen. 0-1 pitch.
Say anything, but umpires are trying to call a lower strike zone.
1-2 pitch in the dirt. 2-2. Out to left and drops in for a hit. Winning run is aboard.
Let's go on Mark Reynolds. 3-hit game for Mark. 3 for 4.
No score. Leadoff man is on. Yellowwood bringing the lumber. Here's what it sounded like off the bat of Mark Reynolds. Reynolds leadoff hit here in the 9th. Winning run aboard. Big gap in left center for Yadier Molina. I understand why you play deep, but for Molina, might play right into his hands.
Yeah.
Many times have we seen those little soft liners into shallow right?
You see Granderson playing shorter than the other 2 outfielders.
Ground ball, and it could be 2. Out at second, and a double play. Cardinals have hit into 2 double plays. Both have been off the bat of Molina.
Tommy Pham hit a home run. Wasn't that a Sunday ball game?
2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Walk back in the 2nd inning. He struck out and grounded out. Parnell had 12 pitches coming out of the pen for New York. And the 0-1 pitch.
A knuckle curveball that having some success with and keeping that ball down. Doesn't throw nearly as hard, but he's coming back from Tommy John.
Cardinals have had 6 walk-offs this year. Most in baseball. The Cubs with 9. And a 1-2 pitch. Peter Borges on deck. Still on the bench for the Cardinals. Holiday and Hayward go along with Cruz and Johnson.
Want to win this ball game, but another bonus is Milwaukee 6-1 now over Pittsburgh. They're trying to sweep that series.
Up the middle and a diving stop. Pham will beat it out.
So Tommy Pham Gives Borges a chance. Gets this ball, once he leaves his feet, you figure it's going to be an infield single for Pham. Tejada does everything he can, and a strong throw from a prone position, but Tommy Pham beats it out. Come on, Peter Borges.
Base hit back in the 5th, 1 for 3. And Pham is certainly a threat to steal. Two outs and a runner at first. And strike one to Peter Borges.
Deep Campbell, the left fielder, is. And McGar is very deep.
We'll have extra innings. We are scoreless here in St. Louis. 10th inning coming up. Sokolovich is into the game. Seen that very good changeup. Seen him a lot. Mitch Harris is out with a groin injury, so Sokolovich has seen more time recently. And his numbers presented by Chevy.
He's 3-1. He's got that ERA under 2. Opponents are batting under 200 against him.
What a difference a day makes.
Yeah,
Cardinals offense exploded yesterday, and today 6 hits, all have been singles.
That's what that little guy was saying. They scored 12 last night. We came to see some fireworks and nothing.
This is what you get. Daniel Murphy. There's that changeup for strike one.
He's got that. He also has a slider, and he spots his fastball pretty well.
We're in the 10th of a scoreless ball game. A 1 pitch. Back-to-back changeups. First one at 77, that one at 78. And a base hit out to left. So on an 0-2 pitch, a base hit by Murphy. Expect this with these two teams. Don't score a lot, pitch very well. That's where we've seen the pitching staff and the bullpens come into play on both these teams this weekend. Danny Muno will be the pinch hitter. A switch hitter. Syndergaard and DeGrom. Let's see if he wants to bunt. Squares. And it's ball one.
His face Sokolovich one time and he walked.
Molina in this game is just past Tim McCarver and to 25th place, the all-time innings caught list. 11,606 1/3.
Second most active, I think, to A.J. Brzezinski.
The 2-0. Bunted to Reynolds. He'll make the tag. And the go-ahead run now in scoring position, and Daniel Murphy. I wonder if Reynolds thought about going to second base. It was bunted hard. He was charging. You could hear that someone was calling for two. Let's take a listen. Been very close.
You got to make sure you get one out, and as you said, that's kind of a bad angle to throw there, and very close. You got to make sure you get one.
Now Lucas Duda with one out and a runner at second base. The Cardinals do not have the pronounced shift on Duda that they normally do when he comes up with nobody on. Runner at second. Peralta trying to keep him close. Change up and a strike. Reynolds on the line at first base. Wong is on the outfield grass. Villanueva is getting loose in the pen. And a ground ball that is fair. Reynolds to the bag. Out number 2.
Sokolovich, an example of what you were talking about. Not only the amateur scouting, but the scouting of the 6-year minor league free agents that have come up and been helpful.
And now Wilmer Flores, who has 2 hits today. A double back in the second inning. A single to left. He's grounded out to second base and struck out. Cardinals have Cosma, the pitcher spot, and Wong due up. Mejia getting loose in the pen for New York. Mets are 1 for 21 with runners in scoring position this series. Today they have left 10 on. Will it be 11? Granderson is on deck.
Well, he's been one of the tougher hitters today for the Mets. He's 2 for 4.
Hit to the right side. Wong is there. The scoop. Reynolds holds on. Flores slams his helmet. Game-saving play. Wong to Reynolds. Nice hands. What a scoop, Mark Reynolds. The Cardinals will have Pete Kozma, and it looks like Matt Holliday, and then Colt Wong. Holliday did not start. What a scoop moments ago there by Mark Reynolds.
Very nice play by Colton Wong out on the outfield grass. Throws the ball, and it's a little offline, but you see the good stretch and a better scoop. Pete Kozma. Wouldn't this be the time to get his first home run of the year?
And it's ball 1. Pete has not homered since the opening series in 2013. We were at Arizona. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1. 2-2 the count.
Walks good as a hit.
Cosma has grounded to third, fly to center, fly to right. Holiday is on deck. This will be the first pitch hit at bat for Holiday this year. Tim Cooney, our Budweiser player of the game, 5 2/3. Another no decision, 3 hits, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts, and 102 pitches.
Stands are starved for something, but that'll kind of make you feel like you're welcome at the pinch hit. Holiday is 0 for 4 against Mejia.
Not quite there at 100% with that leg. Cardinals took a big lead yesterday. Holiday had a double in the game, then was lifted. Returned on Friday night. 0-2 the count.
Because of his leg injury, he has been hitting for a couple weeks, but still, you're not seeing major league quality pitchers. I like that thought. 2 career walk-off home runs. I don't need a solo one here.
Outfield deep, the 1-2. Holiday bounces it up the middle. Backhanded play. 2 down.
You could see they're still telling him to not push it. Don't do things like that. So when he saw the ball was in the glove, he kind of, not running full speed, and that's under orders.
Back on May 3rd, it was Colton Wong. Walk-off homer against Pittsburgh.
It's a final now. The Pittsburgh gets swept in Milwaukee. They lose today 6-1.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Long to first. Duda. To Mejia, sends us to the 11th. We're scoreless here at Busch Stadium. Season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Cardinals are 6 and 7 in extra inning ball games. Four different times the Cardinals have beaten the Mets in extra innings 1-0. Winning pitcher 86 was Worrell. The loser McDowell. 85, 2-1 over Orozco. 1980, it was Jim Cott over Neil Allen. And in 73, it was Roboski over Seaver. So this one's going to be Villanueva over Mejia once we get back on offense.
There's Curtis Granderson. First pitch is strike. Granderson, Plawecki, and Tejada. If anybody can reach, then Campbell. We're scoreless here in the top of the 11th. Granderson homered in game 1 of this series. It's that out of play. Villanueva is in. You'd have to think it's his from here on out. Rosenthal is off limits.
And he's, capable of going extra innings beyond one. Probably got him to the finish. Good job by the bullpen. Good job by Cooney. All Cardinal pitching today.
Granderson with a high fly ball into left center. That stays at the ballpark. Plawecki has had a tough day. He himself has stranded 6. Bases loaded back in the 6th inning. Maine has struck him out. Tuivavala got him to hit into a ground ball. And the final out of the 8th with 2 runners on. And that's ball 1. In the hole, Peralta to first and safe.
Bang bang play, but he was safe. David Bell will check with Chad Blair. Ooh, not closer than I thought.
Attendance today 43,194. 43194. I wouldn't think there's enough to overturn that.
No, I think the last replay we saw it showed him safe. Just closer than I thought. But, like we said before, what do you got to lose late in the ball game? Maybe your integrity, huh?
So an infield hit. And now Ruben Tejada double to left center back in the 5th. He's 1 for 3 with a walk as well. Strike 1.
A double play ball.
The pick off down to first and back in safely, Plawecki. Let's say you had another one of those 20-inning games, which the Cardinals and Mets did play in a couple of years ago. You did have the All-Star break with Walker and Martinez having not thrown. Off day tomorrow. They're not scheduled to start till Tuesday and Wednesday. It's just something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, there's time where could recover and still make their starts in Chicago. I would think, you know, if Mike Matheny and Derek Lilliquist are thinking that way, they'd start getting these guys and saying, you know, hey, there's a possibility if this goes. After being away, would have to throw 3 or 4 innings, though.
At least.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. We're only in the 11th, but you think about 20-inning games, odder things have happened.
Remember the 25-inning game? I know you don't. You're quite young if you were born, but in that 25-inning game, the Cardinals tied it up on a home run by Kenny Reitz in New York. I went 3. Garmin, I think, went 3. Then Cladolstein went 9 1/3 shutout innings in relief and got a no decision. Lewis and Sonny Siebert came in and got the win.
3-1 pitch from Villanueva. And he walked him. So 2 on, 1 out. Eric Campbell. 7th walk the Mets have been issued today.
Campbell walked in his first plate appearance. Let's go out and talk with Villanueva. He's thrown 12 pitches, 7 out of the strike zone.
I think Villanueva was upset 2 pitches ago on the walk on ball 4. He thought he had a strike. Now you're going over the signs with the runner at second base. Sometimes you had to see a catcher go out there and say, can't think about what just took place. Let's refocus.
Good point, Danny. You know, because, you know, one bad pitch, you're not thinking about it. And that's really kind of what Derek Lilliquist and Mike Matheny try to get guys to concentrate on every single pitch. You take one pitch off, you can lose the ball game. Or, as you're suggesting, you're upset with the umpire's call, and you lose concentration and you get beat. It's one thing you usually expect Villanueva to throw strikes at. It does seem like every guy, especially the relievers, when they come off the All-Star break, that first appearance, their control suffers a little bit.
Two and one. Eric Campbell. It's grounded into 10 double plays. Cardinal outfielders shallow, anticipating a play at the plate. Check swing, did not go. 3-2 pitch. Two outs. Mets have now struck out 11 times.
Breaking ball there that was up and swings through it. Ours 1 for 2 off of Villanueva.
There's one hit today that was back in the 7th. 2 outs, 2 on. First pitch, strike 1. Cardinals have Grichuk, Peralta, and Reynolds. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 11th. And a ground ball that is fair. Reynolds to the bag. Villanueva, a scoreless 11. As Randall Grichuk will lead it off. Second inning of work for Mejia. Well, it looks like they're really having a blast.
Randall Grichuk is 1 for 1. Mejia, there's no betting on baseball, but the meat locker, the green room, put $1 in the jar for me. I'm betting on Grichuk. You wouldn't object, would you?
No. First pitch to Randall. Fouled back in a good cut.
And something you don't see often. There's a rain delay in San Diego.
Here's an 0-1. Grichuk with a liner, tailing down the right field line. It's fair, and it's a ground rule double. Winning run in scoring position. That's Grichuk. Second time he's been on base. He was hit back in the 8th. And starts the 11th off with a double down the right field line. The Mets have got to be sick of seeing Randall Grichuk.
Oh, absolutely. I'll tell you one thing. That not that anybody would want to trade Randall Grichuk, but he might be curious to see what they'd offer for him.
A walk. Peralta to get to Mark Reynolds.
You think Phillies, or you think the Mets? I've seen a lot of Grichuk. You might value him pretty high. That's why you never say anybody's untouchable. You never know. Somebody might overwhelm you. You don't want to trade your players, but sometimes it makes sense. By the way, that's only the 5th rain delay since Petco Park has opened up in 2004. The last one was 2011, April 8th against the Dodgers. Doesn't happen often out there.
Boy, he is uncomfortable with these pitches to the plate for the intentional walk as he lobs it in there.
You're absolutely right. I saw one, but that one really looked odd. Mark Reynolds 3 for 4 today. Got a hard hitter coming up.
Good speed with Grichuk at second base. Wonder when the last time a team has asked Mark Reynolds to bunt.
Got 6 game-winning RBIs, but nobody out. And Yachty on deck. This is key. You know, I mean, last bunt you saw right there, July 29th, almost a year ago.
And the 0-1. Inning started with a double by Grichuk. Intentional walk to Peralta. The 1-1. Reynolds with a fly ball. Center field. Grichuk will tag up. Throw coming into third base. Deep enough. Grichuk at third with one down.
Hate to say it, but with Peralta still at first base, they have the double play in order with Molina coming up. He's already hit into 2 double plays. But Grichuk, talk about that speed. He tags up here. Peralta, he wanted to go to second to get into scoring position, but when that ball was thrown towards the shortstop, he wasn't sure he'd cut it off and run into an out at second, so he had to stay at first.
Runners at first and third. First pitch to Molina is taken for a ball. So the middle infielders are double play depth. They're in a little bit, but certainly a double play depth. What do you think about dropping a bunt down?
Tell you, Dan, if you get a bunt down, it's really difficult to defend that for a pitcher.
Ground ball left side. Grichuk on his way home. Can they turn 2? They do. Mejia spot, then Duda. Cardinals see a golden opportunity go to the wayside. We're scoreless as we move to the 12th. First time that Molina has hit into 3 double plays, grounded into 3 double plays in his career.
How about all 3 of them? 5, 4, 3.
Cardinals a couple of times could have looked at the bunt with Yachty, didn't do it. You can understand why. You can see both sides of it.
He's been a good RBI man.
Exactly.
And, you think he's going to loft the ball, get a fly ball, and we go home. But we're also in a scoreless tie with a lot having to do with Yachty and his pitch calling, guiding the pitching staff through this game. So we just play a little longer.
Murphy with a single back in the 10th.
Apparently, Derek Lilliquist went to talk to Waka, and he would be my choice because he pitches on Thursday. But, the Martinez, a little bit of an advantage because he's been in the bullpen before and actually had 1 appearance this year out of the pen.
Pulled foul by Murphy. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
This was between innings, and I still think it's, what we talked about earlier is like, okay, being away is going to go 3, 4 innings, but if that possibility was still playing, I want you to start thinking about you might be in this game pitching in relief.
And the 1-2. Ground ball right side. Reynolds has had quite the day. Nice play there. He's a much better defensive first baseman, and I think he's given credit for it.
Well, like you say, going close to the line, so he has to go to his right, backhand it, and a flip right there and be in the way of a covering. Good thing they did PFP on Friday afternoon.
There's NYN. It was just a week ago that he had the 3 home run day. Johnny Monell is the only position player left for the Mets. 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the 12th. 15 hits combined. 8 for St. Louis. 7 for the Mets. Mets have stranded 13. Cardinals have stranded 8. And the 0-1 pitch. 0-2.
I'd be in double figures too if we didn't have those 3 double plays, but Mets have not hit into a double play today. We had 2 innings where they haven't stranded at least 1. Set up outside, and it's out there.
That's well hit into right field, and it's off the wall. Played there by Grichuk. NYN will stop at second base. One out double into right. Lucas Duda will be the hitter. He struck out twice. He has walked, grounded out, and lined out.
Breaking ball, the setup inside, so it's down and in. Ball caroms off, and it was over the head of Grichuk, but that was going to be a double all the way. Thought for a minute he might try for 3, but Grichuk got it back in quickly.
One out runner at second base. 1-1 pitch to Lucas Duda. 2-1.
Duda had 30 home runs a year ago. He's got 12 right now.
Two one to Duda.
His face being away one time, he walked him. He's falling behind here 3-1.
Three and two. For many of these fans, they're going to stick around for Christian Day. A 3-2 pitch. A little surprised you haven't been asked to be the featured speaker.
No, haven't been.
Me neither.
Buddy Terry Rush will probably invite us down to his joint.
Oh, yeah. Three-two pitch to Duda. Here it comes. Got him. Strikeout of Duda.
Really tied him up.
Boy, did he. 12 strikeouts, Al, for the Mets.
Yeah, that little cutter right there, and he just see it's ball, but he just couldn't stop his swing. He's looking for something right in his wheelhouse, and saw that that ball was coming in on him and cutting. Tried to stop him.
Mets are now 0 for 14 with runners in scoring position today. Here's Flores. 2 for 50 in their last 8 games.
I would say they're having trouble scoring runs.
I'd say so.
You know, and the only way they've been scoring really lately is the home runs. Got one more to get.
Two and 0 on Flores. Cardinals have Pham, Borges, Cosma, then Villanueva. In the air, center field. Peter Borges is there. Long afternoon of baseball. Bottom of 12 coming up. 28th overall. Cardinals have Pham, Borges, Cosma. If anybody can reach, then Villanueva. Mets have stranded 14 today. Still on the bench for the Cardinals, Jason Hayward. Tony Cruz as well, your backup catcher. Dan Johnson. As Pham hits it out of play. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's an 0-2 pitch. Pham hits it off the end of the bat, and that's a line out to left. Peter Borges will dig in. Singled back in the 5th.
Got a RBI double against Robles Friday night. Maybe he can start something here, the winning rally. Or maybe he can end it.
That was a ball that was hit over the head of Lagares in center.
Right.
The 2-0 pitch. Borges is aboard, and again the Cardinals have the winning run on.
How many times we said a walk in extra innings just spells doom? Usually you win it because of walks, errors, or a home run.
Brings up an interesting dilemma here, potentially for the Cardinals. With Villanueva would be your man on deck. To say Cosma can get him to third, would Villanueva be your guy to hit?
Yeah, you almost have to if we're saying that Rosenthal is off limits.
Nobody throwing in the Cardinals' pen, and there's a strike to Pete Cosma.
Sure would like to see a stolen base. And Mike's talking about it right now. You're going to hit. Peter needs to steal a base, doesn't he?
Leaning right now at second, towards second. Not running. 0-2. Two pitch.
Cosma in his career is 46 for 155, 297 average with runners in scoring position. Borges isn't there yet, but I'd like to get him there.
1-2. He's popped up. Duda, foul territory. Forges to the bag at first, and it brings in Carlos Villanueva. Looking ahead to the 13th, it'll be Granderson, Plawecki, and Tejada for the Mets.
Don't think Villanueva's going to do his job and drive him in.
Just looking ahead, Al.
Never would do such a thing.
I got faith in him.
Colton Wong on deck. No score. Mets and Cardinals, bottom of 12. Two teams that can pitch so well. The offense at times, though, stagnant. 1-1 the count.
It's tough to win extra inning games when you're on the road. Cardinals still. The zero's up. Got the chance.
Little chopper that's off the glove of the pitcher, Robles, and Villanueva is the final out. We head to the 13th. Some boos here at Busch Stadium. To lucky number 13 here at Busch Stadium.
Cardinals giving them what, 4 runs in 30 innings in this series?
Doesn't matter how late these games go. You know, the kids here at the ballpark, they love it. Fans young and old join this one here today. So you want to add offense to the game. I'm starting to lean that way now. My ears are open.
Let's wait till we're on offense.
I'm open to the idea a little bit more now.
Anderson came in the pinch hit in the 8th inning, and this is his 3rd plate appearance now.
Third inning for Villanueva. Here's a 1-1. Tapped foul.
His ERA this series is 1.20. And with the best ERA in all of baseball, a 2.69 average. That'll go down a bit.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Two pitch. Hit the other way and a base hit for Curtis Granderson. Thinking two. On to second and safe. Tremendous hustle by Granderson. Mike Matheny hops out of the dugout. He's on the top step. And Wong, I think, is saying, I got him.
Tommy Pham gets it back in. It's a quick tag. Looked safe, though, didn't he?
Yeah, I agree. Wong immediately went to Cardinal dugout. Too tough from that angle. This will be our best, probably.
His hands in.
He's safe.
Good positioning with the umpire. And Mike Matheny agrees with the umpiring crew.
You know, Granderson, knowing that the Cardinals playing deep with his speed, took advantage of that. Now winds up in scoring position.
Now it's one of those plays that doesn't quite show up in the scorebook, but that could be the difference in this game. Getting himself in scoring position, lead off double.
Milwaukee here, then Campbell. He's had a tough day swinging the bat. Let's see if he wants to bunt. Cardinals, you would think then, would bring in Reynolds, who would be more in. Now Cosma moving in at third. Try to get that lead man.
Lucky 1 for 5. Remember, he got an infield single his last time up. For 5 today, but he came in 433 over his last 11 road games.
2-0 pitch.
He's one of his better, Terry Collins' better hitters with runners in scoring position. For the year, he's 323.
One pitch. Not bunting. It's a base hit into right field. Granderson waved in. Throw from right is not in time. Mets have the lead. It's 1-0.
Mets are trying to stay in this pennant race. They win this ball game. With the Washington loss, they'd be 2 back the way they came into town. See hustling all the way. Strong throw by Grichuk, a little bit to the foul side. See Tejada telling him to slide to the foul side. Third base side, really.
How about the aggressive call to send him with nobody out? They're desperate for a run, and they went for it.
Yeah, got to go for it. Tim Tuffle.
Plawecki, the question would be now, why isn't he at second base, trying to add to this 1-run lead?
Well, even thinking about it too, to draw the throw to guarantee that to have the run score. He's also been out there behind the plate for 12 innings.
Familia begins to throw in the bullpen, the closer for the Mets. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Ruben Tejada. Runner goes, hit run was on, and that's a base hit into right field. Runners at first and third for the Mets and nobody out.
Start the runner. He looks in, picks up the flight of the ball, knows he can go on to third. The ball gets down. Richard throws the ball in and had it low enough to where Peralta could cut it off. Or hanging breaking ball right up there with the runner going. He had to defend him and ends up getting a base hit on pitch up and in. Bring the infield in. You can't afford to get behind any further.
So infield in, runners at first and third. Eric Campbell. He is walked and struck out. Fly ball into right again. Grichuk coming on. He'll make the catch. Strong throw to the plate. 1 out. Cardinals will have the top of their lineup coming up. That's Wong, Grichuk, and Peralta. That's a big run down there at third base for the Mets.
If you hold them to just the one run, you got a chance to get out of this thing. Get a chance to either tie it up or win it.
Juan Lagares, runners at first and third, now 1 out. He's 1 for 6 today.
It's the 50th pitch thrown from Villanueva.
Man, you can see he's on fumes right now. Control hasn't been as good. Pitches up in the zone.
They're getting tired. The ball gets up.
Here's an 0-1 pitch. Popped up. Colt Wong wants it. He's got it. 2 down. Still Plawecki at third base.
Got to put him on. Load the bases.
You've got the pitcher spot on deck. Should be Johnny Monell, pinch hitter, as he's on deck. So you put another run in scoring position, but they want to deal with that position player, Monell, get him through. Robles forces the hand anyway. So bases loaded for Monell. Mets are out of position players now. 2 outs, bases loaded. And the first pitch is taken for a ball.
Maybe a little bit to do with that too, as Murphy was 3 for 5 with 2 doubles off of Villanueva. Do have to, no margin for error. You have to throw strikes, but This is the big leagues. You got to do that anyway.
Here's a 1-1 pitch.
Villanueva gets out of this jam with a 1 run. The Cardinals still got that chance. Come back. Crowds are believing it. They've been great today.
1-2 the count on Johnny Monell. Villanueva trying to put him away and send us to the bottom of the 13th. 2-2. You got Familia warming up, the closer of the Mets, who's had a sensational season. 1.25 ERA. 27 of 29 in save opportunities. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Out in front, popped it up. Cosma makes the play. Top of the lineup coming up. Mets finally push one across the plate. 1-0 New York. Yeah. 27 saves, 29 opportunities. We told you about the ERA. They thought they had a good one. They had no idea that he would be the closer this year.
No. He had the 80-game suspension that freed a spot for Collins to start using Familia, and then he's taken off. Run with the job. Tied for 4th in the majors with his 27 saves. He's allowed 2 earned runs in his last 24 innings for a 0.75 ERA. Mentioned 27 out of 29 save opportunities this year.
Inside to Colton Wong, and we're underway. Wong with a high drive. Deep right field. Will it stay fair? Will it leave the park? Leaping. Gone! This game is tied. Colton Wong does it again. Tied 1-1. Oh, yes.
Dan, you first tie it, and then you win it. The Mets bullpen been very good. They don't give up very many home runs. That's just the 17th home run they've allowed, the second fewest in the major leagues. And inside, and he just turns on it.
You just wondered if it would stay fair. It did. Then the great effort from Granderson. Now we're tied 1-1.
How about back-to-back?
Here's Grichuk. The Mets have to be kicking themselves after Villanueva gave up the 1 run and all the opportunities they had to push 2 or 3 across in the top of this 13th inning.
Opponent's batting 172 off a familiar, but that is now the 4th home run he's allowed.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Randall Grichuk.
You just felt like if Villanueva could minimize the damage, only allowed the 1 run, you had a chance, and Wong proved it to tie it up. Now you got to win it. Remember also, Mets are out of position players, and they've stranded 17 runners in this game.
Two-one pitch. The 2-2 to Randall Grichuk. It's gotten a little dark here at the ballpark. They need to turn on these lights here shortly.
Long knew he had that one, I think. The question, as you said, would it stay foul, but he looked like he knew it would. His 10th home run, 38th RBI. Look at the effort.
One out. Here's Johnny Peralta. Fastball and a strike at 95. Wong has tied it up with a home run. 1-1. Here in the bottom of the 13th. A long afternoon of baseball. And the 0-1.
See how tough he is on the right-handed batters. One of the problems is Mets have more arms left in their pen than the Cardinals do.
Nobody getting loose in the Cardinals pen. Chopper left side, base hit. Winning run is on for the Cardinals again in this game. Day for Greg Gibson, the crew chief, behind home plate. I think he's done a very nice job.
Yep, I think so too. Very few questions of his strike zone.
Now Reynolds. Outfield is deep. One out. Peralta, the runner at first. Strike one. Couple of hits today, back in the 6th and again in the 9th for Reynolds. Molina is on deck. You know he'd love to atone for what has been a tough day for him.
Only fitting for him to get the game-winning hit, wouldn't it?
0-1 pitch.
These right-handed batters have a tough time picking up the slider.
The 1-1. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Reynolds. Chicago has jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the 4th against Atlanta. Pittsburgh already lost. The 1-2. Strikeout of Reynolds. And in steps Yadier Molina.
Not going to get ground into a double play, but hitting into 3 double plays today, 0 for 5. Wouldn't it be fitting for him to finish off this game with a game-winning drive?
The second home run in extra innings this year for Colton Long. He's now 6 for 14 in extra innings. He has tied it up at 1. 1-0 pitch, instead a check on Peralta. One pitch to Yadier Molina. Molina drive into left field. That ball will get down. 1 hops off the wall. Peralta held at third. He'll get back to the bag just in time. Wow. Oh goodness.
Peralta was going to make that the game-winning hit, but Oquendo said nope, and then it was a race to get back to the bag. Run, Johnny, run. 2 outs. Off the wall, you see Hughes coming around. He's going to go, and Oquendo stops him, and then look at the scramble to get back. Tommy Pham has a chance to win. Got that ball back in there.
Tommy Pham. Only run that matters down at third. That's Peralta. Fastball and a strike at 97.
These catchers a little credit. Long day back behind the plate. Yachty with a double and got himself in scoring position, but how about a wild pitch?
Pham with a liner foul. Familia now at 19 pitches here in the bottom of inning number 13. Here's an 0-2 pitch to Tommy Pham. Peralta jumping a little bit down that third base line, maybe forcing Familia into a balk.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Think about that slider, overthrowing it, potential of a wild pitch. Here's an 0-2. Went with the fastball at 96 in on the hands of Pham. I've not seen Jason Hayward in the dugout. Mike Matheny rolling here with Tommy Pham.
Well, he wasn't feeling well the last couple of days, so that could be a factor too.
Here's an 0-2 pitch to Pham, a chance to win it. Colton Wong has tied this game up with a solo home run into right. Just cleared the wall, just had enough. His second home run in extra innings this year. Let's head to the 14th. We're tied up. It's 1-1. Tied up. Both teams have had so many good opportunities late in this game. Extra innings. Cardinals had a runner at third, one out, couldn't score. Molina hit into a double play. That was the winning run. And then with a chance to add to their one-run lead, the Mets did not do that just an inning ago.
And Villanueva, he bent, but he didn't break. And he did a great job of pitching to get it, to keep that just one run down, allowing Wong's solo home run to tie it. But now he's got to go out here for his fourth inning award.
You got to think that Familia is done, the closer of the Mets, so you'll see more of their bullpen. I believe now it's Sean Gilmartin as I look up.
Yep.
Lefty getting loose in their pen. Now it's Duda. Villanueva given everything he's got right now, 61 pitches. They squeeze one more inning out of him. First pitch at 86, that one at 78.
You got a lot of tired guys swinging bats too, that their arms are heavy and everyone giving it their effort.
0-2 pitch to Lucas Duda. Quick pitch that time by Villanueva. The second pitch, you saw a little bit of the Louis Tiant look back towards second, then come home. He's going to try everything he can for deception right now.
Yeah, but I'm watching it. You know, he's trying to kick him a little bit after his left leg. But did he quick pitch and do something a little unusual, and keep an eye on that.
It's sharply to second, and from the outfield grass, it's Colton Wong. The stretch by Reynolds.
Paying off with that shift.
Wilmer Flores with 1 out, nobody on. So these two teams did not score through 12 innings. Then finally, Mets break through. And the Cardinals then, of course, they answered. 1-1. Top of 14. Rosenthal unavailable here today. I brought it up earlier, the option of maybe seeing a Michael Wacha or Carlos Martinez. There's Matt Belisle, who's on the DL. Here's a 1-1 pitch. And there's one of our answers, Carlos Martinez, out there in the bullpen.
Well, like I said, he's, last year he was a reliever. He did relieve his, remember in Chicago, in the first series, he relieved in the game down there.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Line drive. There's Colt Law. Cardinals, in terms of position players, they have Cruz, Hayward. We don't know about his availability, and also Dan Johnson. Villanueva is due up third for the club, so you may see that pinch hitter, and then Carlos Martinez comes in this game.
I would think that that's what it is, and he's starting to go into the mound right now, Carlos Martinez, in the bullpen. And still, could make the start, or you could flip-flop Wacha and Martinez on Thursday or Tuesday and Thursday, or excuse me, Tuesday and Wednesday.
One-0 pitch to Granderson. Be careful with him. Good power.
Got things started there last inning with his double. Remember, a hustling double. He came around to scoring the lone run for the Mets. So you're right. Right. Be careful with him. That looks like they're being extra careful.
3-0 here. Plawecki is the man on deck. They shift with Granderson. And a pitch taken for a ball. So a 2-out walk. 72 pitches for Villanueva. Getting into that territory now where this, in terms of pitch count, is close to a start for some.
Well, but this is his role. His role is to be the long man, to be a guy that come out of the bullpen in extra inning games.
But probably not to throw 100 pitches.
Yeah, and he hasn't worked up to that. But because of the circumstances, he knows what he's doing, and he's a veteran.
You think about not being used in the All-Star game, Martinez or Wacha, and how that benefits the Cardinals potentially here today. Martinez now a chance to come in relief. Two outs and a 1-0 pitch to Kevin Plawecki. Runner goes, throwing from his knees and not in time. Stolen base, Granderson. Go ahead run in scoring position. 1 ball, 1 strike.
2 outs. Granderson doing everything he can to try and end this game on a positive note for the Mets.
So the walk and now a stolen base. Go ahead run in scoring position. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Remember, it's Plawecki that drove in Granderson with the run.
For 9 in this spot today. Runners in scoring position, 2 outs. And a 2-1 pitch. Make it 2-2. Villanueva calls time. Boy, what a job he's done here today.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows that what his assignment is, and it's not an easy one because you're out there as long as you can possibly go, and he's in his 4th inning of work. Now that it's 2-2, 2 outs, they may want to go over here, but what are they talking to Cosmo about?
Just wondering if something may have happened on that last pitch, because he didn't look comfortable. Then he called out Molina. Chris Conroy, the Cardinals trainer, moved to the 2nd or 3rd step in the dugout. Well, he's apparently okay.
I saw that leg, you know, the lower leg. It seemed like it was on the quick pitch. When I noticed this, it seemed like he started shaking it out, trying to do something.
The 2-2 to Plawecki. Got him. Villanueva, a little fist bump. 1-1. And another chance to win it in the bottom of 14 when we come back. Pickup by the Mets. 32nd appearance. We saw him pitch in game 1. ERA just over 2. So Gil Martin will get the call here in the bottom of 14. And Martinez getting loose for the Cardinals if we head to the 15th. Villanueva, the Cardinals pitcher spot, is due up 3rd. Cardinals have Borges, Cosma, and Villanueva coming up.
Gil Martin, a Rule 5 pick from the Twins. We saw him in spring training, and at one point it didn't look like the Mets were going to take him north with them, but I think they're happy they did. He's been very serviceable and done a good job.
First pitch to Borges. Taken for a ball. Two 2-0 the count. Peter has walked today. He has singled. He lined out the 2-0 pitch. 3-0.
Well, I said his first appearances. These relievers are having since the All-Star break. They're having trouble with their command. So this is his first appearance in the series. First since the break.
Taken high. Jason Hayward
grabbing the helmet.
He moves to the on-deck circle. You'd have to figure Cosma is bunting. By the way, we did see Gil Martin earlier in this series.
Did we?
Yeah.
Sounded better about walking the guys, though. It was his first.
So Cosma here, you'd have to think he's got to be bunting. It's a bit surprising. His last sacrifice coming in September of 2013. Strike one.
You saw Gil Martin in college. He was former #1 draft pick in Atlanta, right?
Pitched at Florida State.
Before he hurt his arm. It looks like he's coming back.
Third baseman Murphy charging. Will try to get that lead man. Borges, the runner there at first base, and the bunt is a good one. Borges into scoring position. Jason Hayward will pinch hit for Carlos Villanueva.
Seven straight hits, right?
Yeah, and Hayward, the second player to go 5 for 5 in a game against the Mets this season. D. Gordon did it earlier. Also singled and tripled in his last 2 at bats on Friday. So 7 in a row. Adrian Gonzalez, the only player with a streak of 8 straight hits this season.
And I don't know this for a fact, but I have a feeling that they were trying to keep him off this game. Hayward not feeling well. I don't like to rest a guy after 5 for 5 and 7 straight hits, but he hadn't been feeling well, and that's why he's hitting this late in the game.
Borges thought about going to third.
Came out late last night's game after his 5th hit with a little cramping in his legs, but he was saying there's really more that he hadn't been feeling well for a couple days.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Could make everybody feel a lot better with it. Sending us home.
Outfield a bit shallow in center and in left. Borges, great speed at second base. They'll check on him. 1 ball, 1 strike to count with 1 out.
Times when you're not feeling well, you just don't try and do too much. Just relax. Looks like he's had trouble with that slider. Let's see if he hangs one.
1-2 pitch. A swing and a miss by Hayward. He tied the game earlier. He could win it now. The batter will be Colton Wong. Two outs and a runner at second base. And Wong looks at strike 1. Hit a high towering home run to tie this game up off of Familia, the closer of the Mets. That was in the 13th. 0-1 pitch. Now 0-2.
missed his pitch there.
Frankie Frisch, Cole Long, back-to-back 10 home run campaigns. Rogers Hornsby did it multiple times. It's exclusive company.
I was going to say, yes, it is.
A chance to win it here. The 0-2.
Have anybody better than Borges out there at second with his speed?
We head to the 15th. Yeah, why not? What else are we gonna do? In relief earlier this season in Chicago, and now he's in relief of this long day at the ballpark. Top of 15, 1-1 Mets and Cardinals, 11 hits aside. The Mets have stranded 18, St. Louis with 12.
Some warning back in by about the 11th inning that this was a possibility. Not what you want to do, but you've got a great chance here for a victory. In the case of Martinez, he could pick up win number 11, and then in Chicago still get number 12. Both managers trying, the wheels are spinning, but we're here because of being away, but fine work, 4 innings. Did give up the 1 run, but Colton Wong tied it up. Now we got to shut down the Mets again and get the team back on offense.
Martinez was scheduled to go on Tuesday. So you have the off day tomorrow. You have Tuesday now out. Wednesday, potentially.
Potentially. But, you know, that's the beauty of Martinez and Walker not pitching during the All-Star break or, you know, having this long layoff.
First pitch hit down the right field line and out of play off the bat of Ruben Tejada.
So you can move Waka probably to Tuesday, and then you could maybe move Martinez to the Wednesday game, if not Thursday.
0-1 pitch.
Of course, that depends on if we go 5 or 6 or 10 more innings. I'm hoping just for 1.
Two hops hit to short. There's Peralta. 1 away. Eric Campbell at the plate. Aroldis Chapman in the game for the Cincinnati Reds. There's a foul ball with strikeout number 500 of his career, and he does it in 292 innings. Fastest in Major League history. Did not go, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. And a broken bat line foul into the seats. That bat is shattered. Piece out on the grass. There's the biggest piece of the bat. Martinez relieved on April 5th, opening day in Chicago. Carlos Torres and Alex Torres left in the pen for the Mets, and a 1-2 pitch.
And the Mets go into Washington and they play tomorrow night.
They'll be fine. Stay focused, Al. It's the 15th. You worry about right here and now. Washington's tomorrow. 3-2 pitch from Carlos Martinez. Little hesitation. And he walks Campbell.
This is 1 for 2 off of Martinez. Let's get another ground ball and get a double play and get back on offense and win it in the bottom of the 15th.
1 out and a runner at first base. Here's Lagares. Tied up 1-1, top of 15. That pitch is in there for a strike.
Great to have Jim Hayes back. Let him see some of his bonus baseball. I have turned on the lights now, Dan.
It happened about an inning ago. Here's a 1-1 pitch to Lagares. Ground ball left side and a base hit. Campbell will stop at second base. And 2 have reached now against Carlos Martinez.
Just hit to the left of Cosman, left field. Carlos looks like he may have hurt himself. Yachty, you saw him like kind of stretching like a groin muscle or something. He went out to talk to him, but maybe also situation.
1 out, 2 on. Daniel Murphy. Hit sharply to second, 4-6, 3, double play. Mets have stranded 19. They're 1 for 21 with runners in scoring position. And the second inning for Sean Gilmartin.
Cardinals have stranded 12. They have 1 tonight, a pair of home runs, 6 RBIs. Will he be the hero to send us home?
Mets about hit the Cardinals 12-11, but 19 left on. First pitch to Grichuk. Just past 6 o'clock here in St. Louis. Now Raboski, Jim Hayes, Dan McLaughlin with you. Grichuk 1 for 5 today. And an 0-1 pitch. Dan Johnson, Tony Cruz left on the bench, position players for the Cardinals. Here's an 0-2 pitch. And Grichuk strikes out.
Strikeouts in a row for Gilmartin.
In steps Johnny Peralta.
Johnny, how did that feel in Chicago? Hit the game-winning home run. Imagine it felt pretty good. Let's do it again. Johnny is 1 for 1 in extra innings and also was intentionally passed. He's first in the National League with 374 batting average in the 7th inning or later. That's another aspect that, you know, clutch hitting when it really counts at the end of the game.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Peralta. He'd love to have that back.
He's made some really good pitches on the sliders. Then he's left a few of his hung.
The 1-2. 2-2 pitch. Inside. Mark Reynolds is on deck.
There's got a couple guys that could hit the ball in the ballpark here.
Brings in Reynolds.
Pulls the string here. 4 strikeouts in a row. Mark Reynolds, through regulation, was 3 for 4. Now he's 3 for 6.
Two outs, and the first pitch to Reynolds. Reynolds hits it down the left field line and pulls it foul. Last Cardinals win in 15 innings was back in July of 2009 against the Dodgers. Albert Pujols singled in Julio Lugo. Was against Jeff Weaver, 2009. Brendan Ryan started that bottom of the inning with a rally, and Cardinals held on.
See where he just came off the disabled list again for the Yankees.
1-1 pitch. Two and two. Fair ball, and let's head to the 16th. A marathon this Sunday afternoon. Mets and Cardinals tied at 1. A base hit into right, scoring Curtis Granderson, and then Colton Wong. This home run tied it up at 1-1. That was back in the 13th. We're in the top of the 16th. And 1-1 our score. Second inning of work for Carlos Martinez. Sean Gilmartin. I mentioned that I had done some games of his when he was at Florida State. He could swing the bat. He's one of those guys that was more than just in college a pitcher. But those kids have had a blast today.
Kurt Warner didn't have any slants.
No, he's coming up later. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Popped up, and it is a base hit. Gil Martin, his first career hit. He was 5 for 30 in the minor leagues, and he bloops that single down the third base line. First ever major league hit.
All right, let's let him be part of a double play now. Fair by inch or two.
Lucas Duda. Two and 0 the count. Three and 0.
Who's usually animated out there on the mound, not showing any emotion.
And there's a walk. So the single, now the walk.
Derek Lilliquist, I think he's picking up what I'm seeing. Kind of seems distracted a little bit. Now he's pawing at the mound. Of course, there's been a lot of pitchers out there, and everyone has a little different landing spot. But I'm sure he's. Man, look, you got a chance to win your 11th ball game.
It'll be Wilmer Flores.
Now they're going to get the grounds crew.
Has to have the grounds crew come out and work on the mound.
They need Tapper to tap the landing area. Mounds are so much better today than what we used to have, and you can. Remember, everybody's got a different stride. You know, see all those different areas where the landing, where they'll put some more clay down in there and tap it in, fill up some of the holes. High tech.
Pretty compelling TV we're putting out there right now. All right, so the mound has been repaired. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Martinez at 20 pitches. We're tied 1-1 in the top of 16. Flores put the ball on the ground 3 different times. Martinez would love to do that here. You see how the Cardinals want to play it here with Reynolds charging. That's at a shallow left. Who wants it? It'll be Peralta. So swinging away. That's out number 1. How about that? Swinging, not bunting on that play. Curtis Granderson now. When you think about the Cardinals looking ahead, you got Waka, who could pitch Tuesday. Lynn then could go on Wednesday. Push back Martinez. Pitch number 22. Strike.
Now he seems like he's a little more into this ball game.
And that's strike 2. 0-2 on Granderson. That's hit out of play. They were hoping to give Granderson the day off. It's going to be a full game for him. Oh, 0-2 with 1 out. Check swing did not go.
That stuck around is in this game.
One ball, 2 strikes, 2 runners on.
See that landing there right there where he almost slipped and fell.
Granderson off the end of the bat into shallow center field. 2 down. Cardinals will have Molina, Pham, Borges due up. Martinez trying to put together his 2nd consecutive scoreless inning out of the pen. These 2 teams didn't realize they'd be playing on Sunday Night Baseball. But here we are. 2 on, 2 outs. And strike 1. Plawecki is 2 for 7.
Nothing better than Jack Link's extra baseball. Your favorite time.
Mets are 1 for 23 with runners in scoring position. 0-2. They're on the verge of stranding runners 20 and 21. Here's an 0-2 from Carlos Martinez. Here's a 1-2 again. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs, 2 on, and a 1-1 game here in the top of 16.
Get them out here and we'll win at the bottom.
Al, you've said that now for, let's see, 1, 2, 3. That's about 7 innings you've said that.
I'm trying to say it for the last time. For 7 innings.
The 2-2 pitch. Ground ball left side. And the Cardinals again a chance to win it. This time in the bottom of 16. Molina, bam, Borges coming up. What a day of baseball. Yadier Molina will lead it off. Long day for him. Cardinals a much needed off day after what's taken place here this afternoon. Didn't think that coming off the break, but they'll take the off day tomorrow. Rest some of the guys in the bullpen and then head to Chicago. Last home run for Molina was when we were in Philadelphia. June 19th. First pitch to Yadi. Pham on deck, then Borges. 1 for 6. 1 for 6 for Yadier Molina. And slicing down the right field line. That ball is a foul ball.
And Yadi's first home run of the year was on June 15th versus Minnesota. Since that time, he's been at .284. Out foul. That was just by inches. Not much room down there. Coming off the bat, right hand hitter is going to slice away into the corner, and it sliced too much.
And an 0-2. Up the middle, base hit off the bag and into center field.
Yadi 26th multi-hit game now. Up on the high haunches and Molina got on top of it, line drive right back through the middle.
And a strike to Tommy Pham. You know, one of the things you could look at, I'm not saying that the Cardinals would want to do this, is pinch run for Molina with a pitcher.
Right.
Cruz could go then behind the plate. It's not a significant upgrade with the Dan Johnson or Cruz at first base. Pham with a fly ball into right. And Molina back to the bag at first.
Scorecard.
Done.
I'm starting to use the razor.
One out, runner at first. Winning run now in scoring position. Long day for Plawecki. You know, earlier in the game he might throw his body in front of that one. Didn't quite get there. Tried to backhand it.
You might try and throw your body and just doesn't have the will. So he's looking inside and it's that breaking ball and tried to backhand it like you say. And sometimes that breaking ball coming off a left-hander, just don't know where it's going to spin, and now they're going to put man on. Borges.
So they'll deal with Pete Kozma.
Martinez at the on deck circle. So the real key at bat right here is going to be right now Kozma. Mentioned it, Dan, but Kozma in his career, in runners in scoring position, is a .297 hitter.
Last win at home in a 16-inning game or further. 17 innings. The Cardinals won in a walk-off single by Bob Tewksbury that scored Rex Hudler. 1992.
Start pulling out the one on the Kendo pitch, 3+ innings, and got the loss. And about a 17-inning game against the Atlanta Braves.
One out. Molina is the winning run at second base. Pete Kozma at the plate. And Kozma hits a fly ball into right center. Catch is made.
Always fancies himself as a hitter. We know he swings hard.
So Martinez could win it. Outfield, though, is shallow, and then you have the speed of Molina that plays into this as well. Playing shallow for Martinez. And the first pitch taken for a ball. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Popped up. We head to the 17th. single game this year. The Mets 21. "13 hits, Cardinals with 12. It's a 1-1 game. Carlos Martinez, third inning of work. And now if you're Mike Matheny, because every manager, you're trying to think ahead and what's potentially out there so you're not caught off guard, you're thinking, well, what if this goes 20 innings, 21 innings, 22? Does Michael Wacha become a factor then?
I'm thinking about it. I think he's willing to just roll the dice with Martinez.
Well, you're going to have to, but then at some point you got to make a decision and figure out what's the best for him, the team. As Tejada leads off the top of the 17th, but we're a ways away from that. Martinez only at 33 pitches. And it brings in Campbell, who is 0 for 2. See Campbell squaring around to bunt. Martinez, that pitch at 96. I'll say it again. Let's give Greg Gibson, the crew chief behind home plate, an awful lot of credit. Yeah, you're going to question strikes, balls here and there, but this guy, for the most part, has been excellent today.
Very good, and you can tell he's just color of his shirt. He's lost a few pounds today, and they've never come off the field.
1-0 pitch. Bunted foul, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. He almost threw it away. Nice play by Reynolds.
'25-inning game in New York. Baker McBride was on first base. They tried to pick him off and threw it down in the right field corner and he circled the bases. Ran through a stop sign at third. Safe. Bang bang play at the plate. That was the only scoring from the 9th inning to the 25th inning. Just to excite you.
I'm ready for it.
Please just say you don't prefer it, though.
Just love this game, Al. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Campbell couldn't get the bunt down, and that's taken just a bit low. We've seen so many little things that both teams have not done in this game. And right there, Campbell couldn't get a bunt down, not advancing a runner. That's how you're going to win this game.
Well, somebody's going to mess it up. Either going to be a home run or it's going to be, an error. Over that landing area again.
Two balls, 2 strikes. They shade him a bit to right center field. The next 2, Campbell. That time he got him at a strikeout. Froze him.
Didn't get the bunt down, but didn't put man in scoring position. Strikes out looking, and Tejada still at first.
Juan Lagares. Martinez at 39 pitches. Lagares started this game at 115 with a fly out to right. And a fly ball lifted into the area known as second base. Jacob deGrom moving to the on-deck circle. So long games. Longest games at this ballpark, Busch Stadium, 3. And the 20-inning affair that was back in 2010. This game approaching 5.5 hours. The game in 2007, 14 innings. I remember that with Kansas City. Pittsburgh, the 19-inning game back in 2012. And I remember that game. I wasn't doing it, but had a speaking event here at the ballpark after that contest, and I saw all of it. And I loved it.
You and Kurt Warner, right?
I don't know if he was speaking that day, but so they're going to pitch around Murphy, and you understand why they're doing it, but you also say, well, it's risky to an extent because you put the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Mike's willing to do that with one of the Mets starters coming to the plate. Last year's Rookie of the Year.
So Jacob deGrom, runners at first and second in a 1-1 game in the top of the 17th. deGrom is pinch hitting for Gil Martin. Two All-Stars here. Martinez against deGrom. First pitch is taken for a ball.
First pinch hitting appearance of the year. He's hit .205. He has 8 hits and 39 plate appearances. No home runs, 1 RBI.
One ball, 1 strike. Cardinals, by the way, will have Wong, Grichuk, Peralta coming up. Two pitch. Well, you're able to walk that man thinking that Martinez does not walk deGrom. It's a risky move, and I realize it's the pitcher up, but you put the potential winning run in scoring position.
And like you said, last thing Mike Matheny's is thinking about is potentially he's going to walk the pitcher and bring up their cleanup there.
3-2 pitch to Jacob deGrom. And he did walk him. But Martinez can't believe he didn't get the call. Let's take a look here. Close,
outside,
but that's the right call.
Well, they've left 21 on. They got a chance to make it 24.
2 outs. Duda. He's 0 for 6 in this ball game. Martinez is at 51 pitches. The way things are going, Rosenthal may have enough rest, and we'll see him in this game. Here's a 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two and 1 the count. Bases loaded, 1-1 the score. Two and 2. The right-hander, Carlos Torres, getting loose in the pen for New York. Martinez trying to send us tied to the bottom of the 17th. 2 balls, 2 strikes with the bases loaded. Pulled foul. And Duda may have broken his bat, so he'll get some new lumber. And we'll do it again at 2 and 2.
Well, you don't want to go 3-2. Take a chance on missing with the bases loaded, walking in a run. So here's the battle right here on 2-2.
The 2-2 popped up and out of play. Got him! Strikeout from Martinez. Mets strand the bases loaded. They have left 24 on here today. It's another chance to win it. The bottom of the 17th. That Warner fan, punch him out, baby. Yes, sir. Bam!
Holmes batting .284 against this right-hander. Crowd still into this and pulling for their favorite Cardinals.
.24 left on base today. Most, at least tied for most in a game since 2000. And every Met fan is saying, all right, if this isn't proof enough to go out and get us some help. They've been wanting to find that offense. The Cardinals trying to find some offense as well. Colton Wong tied it up against Familia with a solo home run back in the 13th inning. 0-2 the count. Colton 1 for 7 with that home run. We saw Torres pitch in this series. Second time he's taken the mound. Ooh, that's nasty right there. That 0-2 pitch carved up Wong, and a strikeout for Torres to start the bottom of the 17th.
Well, he can be nasty, as you said, and he had a rough spell recently. He's allowed 10 earned runs in his last 12 and 2/3 innings for a 7+ ERA. That's since June 5th, but he's unscored upon in 5 of his last 7 appearances.
Here's Randall Grichuk. Randall is 1 for 6.
Cardinals did score a run against him last night when it was a Randall Grichuk show.
The 1-0. Dan Johnson, Tony Cruz left on the bench for the Cardinals. No position players left for the Mets. 2-1 the count.
And they're down to Alex Torres, the left-hander, behind Carlos Torres. The last reliever.
Taken just a bit high, and the count is full. Grichuk is swing and a miss, and Torres has come in and struck out the first 2.
Day for Peralta. Can he send us home happy?
2 outs, nobody on. Peralta base hit into left center. And once again, the Cardinals have the winning run on.
Johnny with that base hit up the middle. It's his second hit. Bolton been 13th and now in the 17th. Reynolds has 3 hits on the day. Was the crazy thing. We were down in Miami. We had the 20-inning game, and Pena was like 0 for 10. Got the game-winning hit.
That was it.
You never know, do you?
Here's an 0-1 pitch. Oh. 0-2. Reynolds trying to send us home.
Problem you get in a game like this, your arms start getting so tired and you get your pitch and you just can't hit it or you miss it.
Runner is going. That's Peralta. 18th inning coming up.
Reynolds, he gets thrown out. Cardinals have only stranded 14 in this game. Mets have stranded 24. I was looking, Lagares has stranded 8 runners himself. That's not even the tops. Palecki, who has the only RBI, has stranded 9 runners. Flores has stranded 6. Duda 7. There have been opportunities for all over the place. 4th inning to work for Carlos Martinez, and he might need to have that mound manicured again.
Looking back at it, not happy with it. They did take care of it one time when Carlos asked them to do that, and he can ask them. It's his prerogative to have that mound looked at, and then the umpires will bring on the crew. And there's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Wilmer Flores.
You see Carlos is not the tallest of pitchers out there, so when he strides out and hands his landing foot, then he slides into someone else's hole.
And a base hit into left. So Flores is aboard as we start play here in the top of inning number 18.
Hanging breaking ball up there, and he just pulls it through the left side. So important when you put that foot down. See, he didn't land in that bad spot, so you wonder if he's altered his positioning on the mound so he can avoid that landing mine.
And here is Curtis Granderson.
Minefield there. Granderson came in the 8th inning. This is the 6th at bat.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. And a base hit into right field. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Now Kevin Plawecki, the catcher, with 2 runners on. This spot a few innings ago, the Mets did not bunt. Let's see how they want to play it here.
Mentioned he's already stranded 9 runners himself. He's one of their better RBI men. Showing bunt now.
First pitch is strike.
Because of fatigue, you do some stupid things now. You're trying. Your body's not able to do certain things, and Flores almost, took off when he saw the bunt being down, but he went through it, and Yachty almost threw behind him.
Gets the bunt down, and they did have a play at third, and now everybody's safe. Martinez had a chance to get his man at third, and so he'll have to regroup, deal with the bases loaded, and nobody out.
Former shortstop and very good athlete, pounces off here, and most of the time he's going to make that play. He looked up to third, and ball rolled up to the heel of the glove. Now he's in a jam.
Infield will be drawn in. Here's Ruben Tejada. Strike one. Got Campbell, who's on deck. He's hitting 170. Get through Tejada. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, just go out here and battle, have a little fun, laugh about it, say, okay, I got the bases loaded, and I got to get myself out of it. He's also capable of doing it as an all-star and a strikeout pitcher.
0-1 pitch, and that's driven out to right center field. Grichuk on the run, makes the catch. 2 runners will tag up. Mets have the lead. 2-1 here in the top of the 18th. The Mets on top. Ruben Tejada, the RBI.
Nice play there by Grichuk. Went a long way. Catch that, but Mets get the job done. They're taking a lead now, like earlier in the game with Villanueva. Make it a 1-run game, and you got a chance.
Runners at the corners with 1 out. One pitch. The squeeze is on. Martinez flips to the plate. No. And a first. Safe there as well. Mets pick up their 2nd run here in the top of the 18th.
Just had a feeling the squeeze was a possibility here. Does Colton Wong stay on the bag? Well, it looks like he may have got it with that back foot.
Got it with his right foot, and
right
I think
foot,
he may have even gotten it with the left. The Cardinals will challenge.
Definitely get it there with the right foot, it appears. The review crew in New York is loving this game too, aren't they?
Hey, it's baseball, you know. Part of the deal.
They're getting paid, right?
That's right. It's been a couple of really good defensive plays in this inning. One was the play by Grichuk in right center. Boy, he had a long way to go to make that catch. And then that stretch by Wong there at first base.
kind of asking your body to do things that it doesn't want to do anymore.
Regardless, it was a perfectly executed squeeze.
And it's really tough to defend it.
Especially with no force play there.
I mean, it almost looked like the Cardinals were playing it as a force play, but there wasn't bases loaded. Or just maybe Molina knew that the runner, he had no chance to tag the runner and trying to get the out at first base. Carlos Martinez did what you're instructed to do. You come in with like a stiff wrist and you just flip the ball, try to scoop it, flip it to the catcher. Out.
Juan Lagares with a runner at second base. With 2 outs. And that runner at second base now at 3-1. New York lead. And there's strike one.
Lagares has stranded 8 runners today.
The Cardinals will have Reynolds, Molina, and Pham coming up.
Pretty much have taken Carlos Martinez out of the start until probably next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, this has turned into the equivalent of a short outing for him. This would be a
71
5 to 6 inning outing.
Exactly. In his 4th inning of work, but pitch on Sunday. Your next turn would be Friday. And with the off day tomorrow and the break, they'll be able to alter the rotation.
Here's a 1-2 pitch from Martinez. Popped up. Going out Colton Wong on the outfield grass. He's got it. The Mets pick up 2. They're back on top. Last time the Cardinals tied it up. Can they do it again? The top of the, what are we in, the 18th. They didn't stop. Cardinals didn't stop in the 13th when they fell behind 1-0. And now it's tied, was then tied up 1-1, and now it's a 3-1 Mets lead in the bottom of the 18th. Reynolds on the first pitch. It's a fly ball into shallow right. Granderson.
Waited too long to hit that one to right field. It's beyond the Sun field, isn't it?
It's Sun field that hits
about an hour ago.
Yeah, 6:15.
All right, 1 to tie, 2 to win.
Here's Molina with 1 out, nobody on.
Said hits the last 2 times up. 2 to tie, 3 to win. There's a field goal when you need it.
Oh, 0-1 the count on Molina. 2 for 7 in this game. I'm sure one of the questions that Mike Matheny will get after the game is how much thought he gave a couple of times into bunting with Molina. In particular, safety squeeze, chance to get the Cardinals a run and maybe win the game.
Twice, you could have bunted Reynolds into scoring position with just 1 out.
This should be out number 2. And it is. A strike on Tommy Pham, the final hope for the Cardinals. Could lose a game here today and also lose Martinez in the rotation until potentially next weekend. Trying to extend it to Borges. One ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, somehow, some way, get on base.
Mets hold on for a 3-1 win.
Frustrating day for the Cardinals, a long day for both teams. Now they go into Washington with a short bullpen for a big showdown there, where the Cardinals will get a well-deserved day off.
On to the post-game show. 18 innings, 3-1 the final.